We're live.
I need to have docs open just in case.
I have four screens. I'm ready.
Oh god. I had Twitch. I had Twitch.tv.
I was
full volume.
distracted.
I'm so
I
sorry.
always have the stream open and I got a fucking ad.
Oh,
no.
I mean, it might have been
It was even louder than normal.
just as bad if you got me yelling Lion King.
I mean, that would have been better than an ad, though.
True.
I forgot
Better and worse.
Chat open.
I rewatched our last session's VOD and I wrote down like a few notes, I think.
We know Thalim has a gun.
Who?
I love that energy.
Like, a lot of people in my
gun?
Discord, like, really like watching these, or like the VODs afterwards.
Yeah.
So I always have my Discord when we go live.
I twatted.
Poggies.
Poggies.
You twatted? I must quote twat.
I have sangria because it's summer solstice.
Why my pee-pee hot?
Stop.
I'm drinking.
Look, it's Pac-Man.
Pee-pee?
Roll a pee-pee check? Roll a pee-pee check?
Not 20, obviously. God.
Turgid.
Oh.
So turgid.
Oh god, this is stuck in my head now.
Good of mac and cheese, the sound that makes good mac and cheese.
I had mac and cheese for
That's
dinner, but it
pee-pee.
was dairy-free, so you won't hear me fart while I give you juicy lore.
I had a lot of pizza, so you might hear me.
That's fine.
I still have more pizza that's just in waiting.
If you
for
rip
me to
ass,
drink more.
you get inspiration.
I have a whole pack of Oreos in front of me. Probably gonna be gone by the time this is done.
That's great.
If not before.
Yeah, so we're doing the thing where we drink on every 1 and every 20. Is that what we're doing?
Dice, please like give me high rolls, but not the 20. Not. I had, like,
did you look at what I
7
was
nat
doing?
last time.
There were so many.
I woke
There
up
were
with a headache
so
last time,
many.
and I was like, man, I love rolling nat 20s, but not when we're drinking at the same time.
Dionysus be like,
Stop.
let me influence your dice.
Yeah.
Alright, so...
No. I'm so
My
behind.
day be going fine.
it-
And then boom.
So I'm really nice. Well, first I'm gonna take off the sweatshirt because I'm gonna start sweating because that's what
My back
happens.
is really strong.
Dude,
When I roll
always
dice.
get like so nervous like when we start the session and then
Yeah.
like I start like relaxing and then things just start going downhill and I'm like, oh no.
And then you don't have fear anymore because it's a disaster. That's my DM style, is over-prepare and then throw the notes out the window within the first 5 minutes.
What happens
And it's
to
been
me
working.
makes a sensible decision, Ryan. Nat 20's me.
Yeah, these red die are ruthless.
Wait, fuck, how do I forgot how to pop out the chat.
Well,
Oh,
the
God.
fucking Rangers,
there's
they're
no
even
gear.
more
It's
lethal.
the gear and then it's the one at the bottom.
We'll see if my green die are nice to me.
Oh, that's you'll have to go to chat settings and you'll have to look at them not in mod view.
Oh,
Okay.
If you're in mod view.
I was about to be like,
for
That's-
some reason it doesn't allow you to do it in mod view and I don't understand why. Like
oh.
So weird.
That's
the
really
dumbest
frustrating. Why might be hard?
They'll stop.
Alright. So I'm really nice. So I wrote a recap of last time. So I
my
can read a little
Refresh us.
paragraph. I'm gonna refresh everyone.
PSD incoming.
PTSD. So last time on this session of this game, I don't know, Fairy Fire Force. The party took a short rest outside a dwarven outpost before venturing inside to rescue Gustav. After disarming a trap, they snuck up on and interrogated 2 kobolds. When Thalim killed one of them, it called for help, and 2 goblins appeared. The goblin asked for help escaping their kobold captors, and the party killed the remaining kobold. Laith found roots of the trees of Orlaithir growing through the walls of the outpost and connected with them to open a heavy door. Chey had a strange experience connecting with the trees and is really upset with me. After killing another kobold with the help of the goblins, the party found the rest of the goblin prisoners and Kinta, their leader. They killed 2 kobold guards, found the keys, and released the goblins. They examined a storage room so Kinta could find her weapons, and they also found barrels of explosive powder, and Laith took some. The party pressed onwards, but ran into a group of kobolds and goblins that were leaving the outpost. They defeated the kobolds, and Quinta instructed the wounded goblins to flee and seek shelter in a nearby village. In a room outside the central chamber, the party found stone statues that appeared to be people that were put under a curse. Luce has Crow check behind the door, but the kobolds knew they were coming and shot arrows to dissipate Crow. The party came up with a plan to use a sexy illusion to distract the kobolds, giving Thalim and Chey time to throw and ignite some of the gunpowder, killing most everything in the room. They killed the kobold general, stabilized and healed Gustav, who was caught in the explosion, and headed out of the outpost after looting. Thalim and Laith had an intense conversation about Laith's true identity on the way back to the carts, and Quinta hopped into one of the carts as she intended to venture with them to Tresdell and tell the council about the kobold's behavior. Laith sung an elven lullaby as the group headed towards Tresdell. Zeo Crystal. And I skipped a little scene that I wanted to include because it was so late last night, but as you guys were walking through the goblin village, Quinta sees the trap that Thalim set up, and she just goes, "What is this shit?" and knocks it over. So just want to let you know that happened. So yeah, nice. you guys drove 12-ish hours. You were well rested. You had a long rest. You're all good. Gustav's healed up. Everyone's fully healed. You guys all took turns driving and resting, so everyone's Gucci. Luce.
Does that mean Crow is back too?
Yeah, I'd say you did the ritual and summon them again because it's the next day. So I have to turn off the. Oh my god, I know how things work. I need to turn off the map so we can see roll 20. There we go. Okay, I did it. I know what I'm doing. All right. So now I have to switch screens. We're going to see how this goes because it's non-linear, so I'm going to be jumping all over the fucking place. But so, we're arriving.
Non-linear moment.
Yeah. We'll see if I do. So, arriving at Tresdell. So the trees have thinned out into large expanses of flat farmland. You guys are in your carts coming towards the city. There are clumps of buildings, tiny farming villages responsible for tending the land. But today, there is not a creature in sight out on the fields. Ahead, you can see the bright white walls and building peaks of Tresdell. The silhouette of the 5-towered castle, the shape of the star for the god Pelor, cuts into the skyline. Speckles of yellow and orange stained glass glint in the afternoon sun. Since you are now several hours late, there is no traffic leading up to the front gate, so Gustav is able to give a quick hello, wave to the guards, and roll right on through. Did anyone need to talk or chat before you get to town?
Are they gonna be mean to Bowie?
Not outwardly mean. Tresdell is the citizens are pretty in tuned to being nice because Pelor is all about shine your light on those who need it. But I think they'd be more just unsure and uncomfortable. I don't know. They're not gonna be oh my god, kill the goblins.
Racism.
Yeah, subtle
Are they
racism.
say babying a child?
Yes, I was sipping my sangria. I'm sorry. So
Racism.
the city streets are packed. Right ahead of you, you can see the public gardens as you go through the city. There's flowers in reds, oranges, and yellows that dance in the gentle breeze. People are lounging about under the shade of the trees, and children are running and playing in the grass. Gustav guides the carts left past residential buildings, all decorated with sun banners, streamers, and lanterns for the summer festival. It's slow going as people part for you to get by, but it gives you plenty of time to look around and take in all of the scenery. Eventually, you see the Church of Pelor, a white stone structure with huge windows facing the sun, and one of the towers is completely stained glass at the top, allowing the sunlight to stream right through, breaking up into oranges and yellows to speckle the square below. The square in front of the church was surrounded with different booths, games, clothes, trinkets, food, and people lining up to experience them. So Gustav stops the wagons next to an empty booth, the only empty booth, because he's very late, and he hops down. And he turns to you guys and he says, "I need to thank you guys for getting me here alive. It was obviously the right choice to hire all of you." And he reaches underneath his seat into what you assume is a hidden compartment. And he pulls out a bag of gold. And he hands each of you 50 gold, as well as a tiny wooden carving of a dragonborn, in which he says, "To remember me by." So he didn't give Quinta any gold. And she sticks her hand out and she's like, And Gustav's like, I didn't hire you.
I love you are.
he says with
Wait,
like a
how
little
much,
chuckle.
How much gold did he get?
Oh, 50. You each get 50.
Sheesh.
It's
I got 150 now. My God.
yeah, it's
God.
it's like a
Yeah,
lot.
75.
It's a lot for an artisan, but like I want you guys to have some money, so like just overlook that. Like this guy's
Okay,
rich.
I need to. How do you? Hold on. I need to figure out.
I
how
got
to-
3 ambers. That's
So,
how for 300 each.
So there's
Yeah.
the currency, and you can just click on it, and then the thing will come up, and you can add it to what you
Where's the
have.
I'm
currency?
gonna say, Ryan, you gave me a
It's
lot of
on.
gems.
It's
I
like
did.
Like your action.
I did.
Oh, you have to go into inventory. My bad. It's like inventory
Okay.
on like the right side.
Oh,
Yeah, I
there
think
we
there's
go.
a little. There's like a
Oh,
little.
okay. Yeah, I,
I have
see
to do
it.
that
So,
for-
50 gold.
Yes, you should get 50 gold.
Hoggies.
How do I
78.
manage my gold? Oh, currency. So Quinta like grunts and sticks her hand out, and he's like, I didn't hire you. And she says, and I didn't have to help save you, yet here we are. She keeps her hand out. And Gustav says, fine. And he plops 25 gold into Quinta's hand, and he says, partial payment for a partial journey. And Quinta mumbles under her breath and says, his life's not even worth 50 gold. I can sell his scales and make more. And Gustav says, now go!
Quinta.
Enjoy the festival while you can. And he starts unpacking his wares onto the booth. And Quinta just looks across the square, goes right towards the food cart with her new gold, and buys herself a beer. She's going right. She's going for the beer first. So yeah, you guys are free to explore the festival. There's streamers, there's people eating, there's games.
Here.
There's live streamers. Hi.
Imagine.
Imagine.
I would like to go purchase a flower or two.
Oh, so you go up to the flower booth. So I need to update Quinta's gold because so she got 25 and then she bought a beer. This is the part we're going to have to jump around and figure out money. Where's the beer? Dandelion beer. 4 CP. Oh, fuck. I can't do math. So it's 7 silver. Okay, I did it. Oh, I can add and subtract on here. Well, I'm stupid. So flowers are... There's 2 CP, so 2 copper for 1 flower. You could get a bouquet for a silver.
I want a bouquet of flowers.
Bouquet. All right, so that's 1 silver. You go up to the flower booth, and there's a few of the clerics from the Church of Pelor, and you see a nice woman, like, grabs a nice big bouquet of flowers. They're like orange and red and yellow, like nice warm colors, and she smiles and hands them to you. You got flowers. Put those in your inventory.
Can Luce go see like what the magic trinkets are?
Yeah.
Is there like an inventory list over there?
Yeah, so Luce goes over to the trinket. Ooh, I just grabbed Crow, but Crow's going with you.
She'll come too. It's
Yeah,
okay.
so you go to the trinkets. There's like a nice elven woman, a middle-aged elven woman behind the booth. She waves to you. She notices your pointy ears and is like, oh, an elf. So she has these like, she has like 2 products right now. They're like novelty items, novelty enchantments. So there's a mini sparkle scroll. It's like a tiny scroll for 5 silver, and you can like open it, and it just does like a glittery, sparkly little light show that can come out of it. And there's also little glowing sunstones. These like little rocks that are enchanted to like have a glowing effect. This bright yellow light comes out of them to like represent the sun. She enchanted herself.
Wow.
Yeah.
How much are the sunstones?
They're 2 copper. You want a little
Copper.
glowing rock.
2 copper each. How many are there?
There's a bunch. Like she has a shit ton of these. It's like
Do they
all
have a
over her.
specific like time that they run out of light once you start using them?
She smiles at you and she's like, "Oh no, they'll glow forever. My magic is great. I'm one of the best magicians in town.
I'm
Shit.
amazing.
I'm amazing."
That sounds suspicious.
How does
Imagine.
wait, how does it translate with like copper and gold? If I have gold, how many copper is that?
So I think you can subtract, right? If you click
go
remove.
to total currency,
Ooh, never mind. I removed everything.
and if you go to copper and you do like 2, and then you hit remove.
Oh,
Bad.
you're so smart. I love that.
Oh, okay.
Everyone just
So-
did it for you.
So how
Stop.
much? Wait, so how much were my flowers? 1 silver?
Yeah, for the whole bouquet.
Okay.
And how much are the sunstones per?
2 copper, I think. Where did it go? Yeah, glowing sun scones. That's not
Sounds
supposed to be.
good.
2 copper.
Listen, don't.
I will buy 4 or 5.
Cool.
So how
So
much is that? 10?
10 copper, so 1 silver.
That's 1 silver.
1
Yeah.
silver. Oh my god. That's
So
much
she
easier
thanks
than my
you.
brain.
She thanks you graciously, and she like puts all the stones in like a little pouch for you and ties it off and hands it over.
I walk back over to Chey and give Bowie one of the flowers.
Oh, I was like,
Oh, Bowie like reaches out and grabs the flower and giggles, and he like sniffs it, sneezes, and then like looks at it like he's ready to fight. He like punches it once, and then he just puts the whole thing in his mouth. And I want to remind you that he looted like a piece of cloth from the Kobold general before, so he still has his like Rambo Rambo headband on.
okay.
Oh no.
I regret showing him how to loot.
Can I get Bowie a hot meal so he doesn't eat flowers?
Sure, you can go over to
Proper
the
meal,
food.
finally.
So you go over to the food cart where Quinta's already like sipping her beer, and she has like kind of a weird look on her face.
Oh, I forgot.
She's like,
It's a little
This-
icon for him, yeah.
this city's beer. She's like, it's very, very fruity. I don't like it. It tastes clean.
Tastes clean.
So you go up to the food store. There's this large human man behind it. He seems very jolly and happy. A little bit of grease in his hair.
man.
He's, cooking up on the fire behind the booth, cooking up some.
Suspicious.
There's bread. There's some like baked goods. There's some sun cakes. There's flour tarts. He has like dandelion beer. He's got some meat roasting, and then there's this like cute younger half elf boy who's like serving people, very very happy and always smiling and greeting people. And he's the kind of person that's talking to them a little bit too long, and there's like a line because people want food, but he's not aware of that. He finally gets to you, and he's like, "Hi, what can I get you?"
Your number?
My number for the number 4 is just a hunk of meat, and number 3 is a hunk of meat. Number 2 is a hunk of meat.
No.
Oh, vegetarian. I'm so sorry. We have bread. We have bread. Do you like bread? Bread.
What?
Bread.
Wait, what are the sun cakes?
Sun cakes. Sun cakes are special for this festival. They're these delicious lemony cakes with frosting on top. I frosted them. You can tell because they're a little lopsided, but I really tried my best.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Bless him.
What?
Oh no.
What kind of frosting?
What kind of frosting? Delicious, sugary frosting, fresh from our farm fields, and however else you make frosting. I don't know how to cook as a DM. I don't know what goes in that. It's sugar and other stuff.
Ignore that and buy a sun cake for all of the party? Or
Sure.
are they like little ones?
They're like, I'd say like maybe one could serve 2 people.
Oh, so
Kind of like a big cinnamon bun kind of thing.
Oh,
Like that kind of size.
I'll get like 3.
Okay, so they're 5 CP each.
Wait, what? CP?
Copper.
Oh, copper.
Sorry, I wrote CP and GP and SP on all these, so that's what I'm gonna say
copper
with my.
pieces.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, so in the character sheet, there's like there's a
Mm-hmm.
there's a piece between gold and silver. Do you have that like in this
No,
world?
screw
or not?
screw Electrum. Sorry.
Okay.
Fuck
I just wanted
Electrum.
to make sure.
Yeah, it's just too confusing. I don't like it.
Do we want to make it so that way like 5 silver equals like 1 gold instead of the 10 silver equals a gold then, since we're totally skipping that one?
Oh, is that what
D&D
Electrum?
sheet? Because on the D&D sheet, it's 10 copper is a silver, 5 silver is an Electrum, and then 10. Oh no, it says 10 SP is gold. Never mind, I can't
Okay.
fucking read. Ignore me.
I'm like, it's okay. I don't like math, so I'm just trusting everyone. Like, do your math. Like, I'm not gonna check it. 5. Yeah.
Shut up.
So he like very eagerly, because he's so excited because he hasn't seen you before. He like knows you're new. He hasn't seen you around town. He like hand selects what he considers his 3 best sun cakes, and he carefully like puts them in a bag with like a little paper separating each one so they don't smudge.
Yeah.
And he like rolls up the top of the bag and eagerly hands it to you. He's like, "Thank you so much. Enjoy."
Oh, thank you.
And from behind you can hear Big Jim kind of mutter, "Sam, Gotta be faster. Come on, there's a long line. He's like, sorry.
Big boob.
Oh. A little himbo.
I'm just gonna go stand off to the side with my sun cakes.
Were you gonna buy Bowie any food?
Bowie's gonna eat the sun cake.
Okay.
Yes. That's why I got 3.
Okay, you're gonna go stand
So
off over
just
here.
stuff his face with one.
Cute.
Yeah.
Okay.
He gets his own.
So
First of a share.
you hand him a sun cake?
Yeah.
A full one or like a whole one? He
Whole
just
thing.
grips onto it. His like fingertips dig into the dough, and his eyes sparkle, and he just goes, "Thank you so much." And he like leans his head back, and then snaps it forward and takes a big bite out of it, and he just goes to town on the sun cake, and it actually gives him 1 temporary HP. So he has 4 HP until he goes to sleep.
Sheesh. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
And he like
Yeah,
flexes.
serial killer.
He flexes. He's like, "Oh yeah, I feel great." So yeah, sun cakes give a 1 temporary HP for a day.
Oh, sheesh.
I'll pass 1 to Laith and Thalim,
Alright, there you go.
and I'll split 1 between me and Luce.
Okay.
I break it in
Lucy's
half
busy.
and
I'm
I can go
assuming.
back.
Yeah.
give it
let's-
to
Yeah, I'll
you
go back.
because
Nom, nom, nom.
I know that Thalim is mad at me still. So I'm like cautiously handing it to him, like, please don't kill me.
Don't talk to me. I wanna go to the crafts.
Keita's drinking. Probably not a good idea, Tim.
Yeah. So she bought a second beer. She finished her first one, started the second one. She walks back over to the group.
I would like to go to the clothing.
Mhm. So you go over to the clothing, and then
crown? Can I get a flower crown, please?
there's a flower crown at the flower stand if you like if you want to hit there first.
I go back to the flower stand and buy a flower crown.
So you go back to the flower shop booth, and you see the clerics like, "Oh my God, you're back! Did you like them that much?"
Yeah, they were good.
Yes, I would like a flower crown, please.
Oh, of course. So which color do you want? Red, yellow,
Yellow.
orange, yellow. So she picks out a nice yellow flower crown hanging up, and she hands it to you, and says, "Where did I put it?" It says 5 copper for a flower crown.
5 copper. Okay.
Yeah.
I give her my 5 copper.
Yep. She takes it and nods. She places it delicately on your head, and she says, "Very pretty."
Suspicious.
she's a cleric. To be
Eat your cake.
yeah. Eat
No,
your cake.
I put that cake in my
Eat your
backpack. I'm not eating that cake right now.
Oh my god.
I'm
good.
in a mood. I'm gonna go to the crafts. I wanna look at the crafts.
Crafts.
Show me the crafts.
So Crafts is
The
Gustav.
money.
Oop. Crafts is Gustav. So you go back to Gustav and you're like, "Hey." So he's
the
now
money
set up.
button.
He's set up his booth. So there's all different little trinkets, all different types of animals. There's small ones and there's like medium-sized ones. All like these wooden intricate carvings of every animal you could imagine.
There's trinkets?
Yeah.
Trinkets?
The magic trinkets?
Mhm.
Is that what you meant? Oh, so you go over the trinkets. You see
You said crafts.
I did say crafts, but but they were, and I was like, nah, fuck.
You just like walk by Gustav and like nod, and he just like
Yeah,
nods, and then
just
you
nod.
walk back away to the magic trinket. So yeah, that's where the scrolling all over the place. I'm gonna be so good at scrolling. So there's the mini sparkle scrolls, and there's the glowy sunstones at the trinket place. The elf greets you and nods.
What are they selling again?
There's like a sparkle scroll, so you open the scroll and it does like a
Tiny stone.
sparkly light show. And then there's like glowing rocks that are like the warm rays of the sun in rock form.
They glow.
They glow. Thank
Tiny.
you, Pelor.
I have 5. I have 1 for everybody.
Oh.
Can I talk to her in Elvish and ask if she has anything special?
Yeah, so you ask her that in
Elvish.
Elvish. Oh yeah, you know Elvish, right?
Yeah.
So you ask her in Elvish if she has anything special. And she is taken aback slightly. Like, she's lived in the city for a while, so it's not too uncommon for her to run into non-elves who speak Elven. And she replies back in Elven. She's like, "I didn't bring anything out of the ordinary with me." She said it's very much, this event is very much, like out-of-towners or like people just coming for quick, fun little trinkets and stuff. But she said, "Please visit my apothecary. I have a lot of wares there. We can talk more. Come by tomorrow, actually. You should see me tomorrow. You can see what I have to
I'm
offer."
gonna give her 1 gold piece just for
Oh,
just for
The
fun.
info.
She bows low to you and she says, "Thank you very much," and she takes the gold.
And I go to the dots.
So you go over to the
Eat your cake.
you go over to the darts. So there's
I go back over to the party.
okay. Is anyone gonna watch Thalim do darts?
No.
Well,
Luce is
Quinta.
gonna get a beer.
Okay.
Can I shout to Quinta and I'll see if she's
She's already walking over to you. She sees you at the darts and she goes, "Oh, I gotta see this." She walks right over.
Can I put a flower like around Crow's horn?
Yeah. You put a flower around Crow's horn while Luce buys a beer, a dandelion beer. It's like a
Crow
very
just kind of like chirps
yeah.
very happily.
Like,
and just,
so
like,
the
always doesn't
beer-
chirp up at it.
The beer's 4 copper, and it's like a light summery. It's a Sam Adams summer ale, but infused with the magic of gods.
Is it a
Since
pumpkin
I'm
ale?
an elven noble, do they have like wine or some shit? Because I myself IRL am allergic to beer. So
So you ask for the wine, and Sam is like, "Okay, so we don't normally sell wine," but he goes, "I'll be right back," and he just fucking books it down the street. And Big Jim is like, "Where are you going?" And he's like, "I'll be right back." He runs. This kid runs. He thinks he's running fast. He doesn't run that fast. He's not athletic at all. This poor kid. He runs like down the street. You see him go into one of the buildings, and then comes back running with a bottle of wine. He comes back all sweaty, out of breath. He goes like, I got wine. He said also 4 copper, and he goes, "Oh shit, I don't have a wine. Is beer stein okay? Is a stein okay? Is that okay?"
Yeah, that's
okay. And he like goes, "Shit, the cork." And he spends like another minute, like sweat going down his brow, trying to pop the cork open. He finally gets it. It's like, okay. Pours the wine into the beer stein and hands it over to you. And Big Jim is just like shaking his head by the fried meat, just like, "Come on, man, come on."
Oh my god.
So we're over at darts. We're at darts.
do I have to pay it for?
Oh yeah, 4 copper. He goes,
Four copper.
yes, please pay me. Thank you. Sorry.
Wait, when I remove 4 copper, it like doesn't do anything because I just have
Oh.
78 gold.
So I just figured out you have to put in how much gold, like everything you have total, click add, and it puts it in the upper part. And then,
What?
Wait, what?
so you know how there's like the black boxes that you can type in?
Yeah.
So you type in all your gold, all your money that you have total, and hit add, and
Oh.
it took me like 5 minutes just now to figure that out. I was so confused.
Fuck! I removed everything.
That's literally what I did. I was like, remove.
Wait. Wait. I don't see like total. All I have is like platinum, gold, electrum, silver, and copper.
So if you scroll all the way up, it'll say total currency in gold.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then,
Okay.
yeah, you can subtract any type on the bottom and click add or remove, and it adds it to your list. Which is great, but I had no idea that's how it worked.
Wait. So how if I just wanted to like have like copper in my inventory instead of like the gold?
Mhm.
How much is 1 gold for wait, so it's 10 silver.
So
and then
100
that's
copper is a
100
gold.
copper. Okay, so
Oh yeah, you could do that.
remove 1 gold and then have 100 copper.
I mean, it does the math for you. If you remove copper, it'll take from the
well, because
gold.
like it hasn't taken anything from it yet. That's why
Yeah.
I'm concerned, and that's
Yeah,
why I want to
that's
have
what I was
copper to make sure.
I
So how
mean-
much, so I bought flowers for how much copper? Like the first flowers?
The first flowers were... The bouquet was a silver, and then the crown was 5
Okay.
copper.
Okay, so let me remove 1 more gold and give myself 10 silver,
Nice.
and then remove a silver. And then how much was the crown? The flower crown?
The crown was 5 copper.
5 copper and then 4 copper.
Yes.
Okay, we're mathing it up
Mathing it up.
here.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Luce chugs their beer
okay.
completely,
Oh my God.
and
Nice.
then goes over to darts.
Love that for you.
I just follow behind sipping on my wine.
So as you walk by, like as you weave through the people on the square, you see a few kids like pointing at Crow and being like, "Whoa!" and Crow does like a quick little like aerial backflip, and the kid's like, "Woo!"
course.
as you walk by.
Yeah.
Crow gotta ham it up.
Yeah,
So-
of course.
Quinta walks over to Thalim at the darts, and she's like, oh, I gotta see this. Slashing her beer, walking over, excited. So there's like this boisterous man at the dart section trying to call people over, like, come play, come try your luck, come throw a dart, can you aim? Thalim, you walk over. It is two copper to play. 2 copper to play.
Okay.
Hey, the man.
We'll play once.
Okay, so
2 copper.
So Quinta steps up. She's like, I'll do this. I'll do this too. Let's go. So she is also gonna step up. So he hands each of you 1 dart. There's balloons set up. You just gotta hit a balloon with the dart. Easy, easy.
Where do you get the helium?
Magic. It's
Magic.
fucking
That's
magic.
D&D. How does this work, magic?
Well, you don't need helium for a balloon. You just need air.
Cool.
Aaron,
Spit.
I'm gonna say the Quinta, you can go first. Ladies first.
Fine. She walks forward and like
I give it
shifts her little leather boob thing up. She's like, ladies first. I have to look at her dexterity.
I'm
one
surprised.
sec.
I'm surprised she didn't make a comment there.
She doesn't have to make a comment if she's gonna win. So she needs to make a dexterity check.
Well, it's rigged.
She makes a dexterity check. She
Were you
rolls.
hacking?
Oh,
Game hack?
she got a
The DM's using
19.
favoritism.
19 plus 2, so she got a 21. So she
shit.
she like closes one eye, and then she looks at you. She closes both eyes, and then she throws it, and she just hears a pop of the balloon.
It's a dex roll.
It's a dex roll.
Haha.
Okay.
Eat
Okay.
that. Whore.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, you're still just over there by yourself. Do you want to join
So
us?
my roll is a 19,
No.
but it's
Plus.
3.
Okay.
Okay, so how do you hit your balloon?
That's why.
I say cute, and I take 3 steps back, completely blindfold myself, and then throw the dart.
All right,
Men.
and you hear the resounding pop, and the guy at the booth is just like, "Oh my god, we have some sharpshooters over here," and he like reaches under his little booth, and he hands you each 5 gold.
Wow, I beat the fucking goblin by 1 help.
And Quinta looks again. She goes, hold on. She goes, keep your gold. Keep the gold. She goes, double it if I can do it from behind my back. And he hands her another dart. So she's going to do this at disadvantage.
Oh my god.
See if she can do it. So behind the back, rolling twice. A 2. Oh god.
Uh-oh.
And a 10. So she goes, watch this! And she flicks it over her back. The dart goes right into the shoulder of the guy in the booth. And he just goes, oh my, holy, god damn it! And then she turns around and she goes, how much gold for that?
Wow.
And he just goes, none. You get none.
Dex
None of it.
roll.
Wow. Incredible.
And she just shrugs. She's,
Poor
okay,
Peter.
whatever. She
This
sips
one
her beer.
is 14, so 17.
Are you doing a trick shot?
Yes.
Do a disadvantage roll again. Take the lower.
Okay. Click.
The tension.
That was 20, so the first one was lower.
So
Was a 17.
you hit one of the larger balloons. You like graze it, and it still pops. And he goes, "Oh, okay." So he, not bad. He reaches under and he gives you like a little deck of mini playing cards as another prize. So he hands over your 5 gold and your deck of playing cards. And Quinta goes, he gives us another game for you to lose at. Just absolutely forgetting or not realizing that her hitting the man with the dart is not winning the game. She doesn't comprehend that.
I'd say my trick shot would have been, I'm just gonna like carry on walking away from the dart. And have you seen where people like flick? Just,
Yeah.
yeah. So if you flick a guy in his shoulder while he's walking away.
You hit his
That would have
shoulder?
been his trick. No, like,
Oh.
I don't know how to explain it.
Oh, where you're walking away and like you flick
Yeah.
it over the shoulder?
You flick it over the shoulder for the trick shot.
Oh, so that's what you did to pop it?
Yeah, that's what I did to pop
Nice. So like a few people around clap at your supreme dexterousness. 10 people are
gonna
pleased.
the cards as well and say no
Oh.
because I'm not in a very good mood still, and I'm just gonna walk over and get a beer.
And she goes, okay. She goes, okay. We'll play later. I'll beat you later. You go over and you grab a beer. You walk over. So as you walk over, Sam sees you like decked out in all these weapons, and his eyes go wide, and he was like, "Oh my god, are you an adventurer? You use all those weapons to like kill stuff?"
Just give me my beer and we'll talk in a minute, please. It's
Yeah.
been a long day.
Yeah, okay, of course. Yeah, I'll get you a beer. So he goes and gets you a beer, and he comes back. How many copper? You think I'd remember it by now? And he's like, 4 copper. Yeah.
I'll give him 5 to leave me alone
Oh,
while I drink
wow.
this beer.
An adventurer's copper. And he like marvels at it
Why'd
and
you
like
say it like that?
walks away. Walks away, but you just like sneak away before he can bring up conversation with you again. Just like slide back into the crowd.
I'm having a bad day.
Oh shit.
Thalim is doing everything out of anger right now.
Cute.
Because of the conversation.
Mm.
So these
just
beers are
chilling.
gonna flow, bitch.
Oh boy.
Oh shit.
Quinta sees you with the beard. She goes, I'm on my second one, just so you know. I'm on my second.
And I'll say, do you want another one?
And she says, yes. You
And
can get it
I'll
for me,
call
thank
him
you.
back. I'll call him back and I'll say, get this goblin over here, please.
And he looks at her and he goes, oh my god, you're a goblin? Are you an adventurer? And she goes, please just get me my fucking beer. Thank you.
And that's another 5
I
copper
would
gone.
like to try the darts, please.
Okay, so you go up to the dart. The guy has now, like, flinched and plucked the dart from his own shoulder, and he's, like, kind of moving his shoulder around, like, oh god, it happens every frickin' year. So
I'm just gonna glance back at this while watching.
yeah. So you can do a dexterity check, por favor. He hands you a dart and says 2 copper, please, to try.
Wow, that plus 3 really saved me now I think about it.
21.
21.
Go.
Oh, so you fire and you hit one of the smaller balloons like dead center and it pops. He's like, damn, this group is good at darts. Maybe I gotta make this harder. And he reaches under and slides you over 5 gold and says, thanks for playing. Thank you.
I'm just
Thank
gonna
you.
mutter,
Shit.
I'm gonna mutter elves under my breath and see if Keita notices.
You do what?
I mutter elves, like elves.
And she goes, yeah, fucking tell me about it. Like, look at them. She goes, look at this shit. She says they have tons of beer. They have a huge fucking city. All this room. I bet they don't even realize my people are fucking in the dirt, starving to death. And she, like, looks at Sam, who has pointy ears, and she goes, fuck your ears. And he's like, what? What'd I do?
Sam.
And I'll just say, wow, that beer's really getting to you, huh?
She goes, no, I'm always this pissed.
Fair enough. Sam, give us 2 more beers.
Oh my gosh.
She goes, hell yeah. And she just knocks her
Hey,
head back and
Papa
finishes it. Oh, you paid? And she goes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Smells bad.
Oh my gosh.
And she raises her glass to you and she goes, fuck elves! Do you...
I mean, we can speak in Goblin, so.
Oh,
But I know
and
Keita wouldn't do that.
True.
in Goblin she goes, fuck elves!
I just nod. I'm not gonna say anything.
Oh,
But
okay.
the only thing I will say is, how's your hand, by the way?
Her hand?
Yeah, because we fist bumped and
Oh!
you failed.
She goes, she like,
Sorry.
she holds up her hand and there's like an indentation of your rings in her knuckles and she's like, it's fine. And she goes, nothing this won't fix. And she just puts her hand in the beer. And she's like, yeah. And then she like licks her hand.
Yeah.
Iliada, the elf woman you talked to before, is like notices you guys like hanging out and like kind of cocks her head to the side when she sees like you talking to Quinta and Quinta like licking her hand like very sloppily in a very goblin-like fashion. She's just going, what? Okay.
It's like, okay.
I gave you gold. Leave me alone.
Ryan, I'm gonna DM you something.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. What is the memory thing? What is that?
It's a memory game. So like it's cards, like 3 cards. You have to remember the symbol and shuffle it around.
Is there like a visual for it? IRL?
Yeah, so there's like... Oh, no, there's not a visual IRL. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It would be an intelligence check.
Oh, okay.
So yes, just want to be clear. In between puppet shows, Bip and Bop stand in front of their little booth, and like one of them plays like a banjo, and the other one has like a pipe flute. What is it called?
Pan flute?
Pan flute, a pipe flute.
A pan flute.
A pan flute. So they like do a little bit of music outside the puppet show in between. So
that's
it's
just, like, in the
currently
background?
yeah. So the puppet show is not currently going. So they're playing some little tunes. There's like a group of like kids and also a few adults like watching. The kids love the gnomes.
Can I take Bowie over there?
Can you what?
Can I take Bowie over there?
Yeah, you like bring Bowie over to listen to the music.
Can eat his cake and watch.
Yeah, he's eating his cake and he's like, oh, he starts like stomping his little goblin foot and bouncing his head. And like a little kid notices him and he like looks at the little kid. And the little kid is like a little confused, but then just like waves because he's never seen a goblin before. He's just like interested.
It's like, hey,
And Bowie just like waves back and then goes back to eating his thing. He's interacting with the other children.
My son. Okay, continue.
I go over and stand with Chey at the puppet show.
Hello.
So you walk over.
Balling, Loki.
You walk over to the what?
Thalim's kind of balling with this gold. I'm just saying.
Making a
I'm
rain.
about to give this food thing fucking 3 gold pieces and just
nice
say,
to Sam.
keep it coming, bitch.
So
I also offer Chey one of the flowers from my book.
oh,
Oh my god.
cute.
You can pick whatever color. I don't know what colors there are in the
There's
bouquet.
red, orange, and yellow.
So many colors.
Red.
Shut up.
What did you say?
I
Red.
would say Crow goes over to hang out with Laith, Chey, and the goblin baby.
So you go listen to the music.
Crow really likes music and stuff. But Luce goes over to get another beer.
Okay.
Going over to the...
So like Crow sits next to Bowie and Bowie like gets on Crow's back to like watch the music.
Yeah.
Luce goes to get another beer. As you walk by Iliada, the elf woman, she kind of like gives you a look as you walk by her. She stares at
What
you
kind of
for just a confused look. Like she looks at you, just stares at you for a little bit. You notice her staring, and then she immediately like looks away.
Can I help you?
As
Suspicious.
as Laith goes over to the Bip and Bop playing their music, they notice the wealth of musical instruments strapped to your being, and they like kind of nod at you like, oh, musician. Okay. So they acknowledge you. Luce goes over to the food stand, and Sam just goes, whoa, you look kind of scary, but in like a really cool way. Like you look like cool scary.
Luce just winks at him and says, thanks.
Stop.
He gets like nervous and like almost
I
spills
want
the
Luce
beer.
to wink at me.
He gets like nervous and almost spills the beer. He's like, you're it's 4 beer for a copper, and like hands it to you.
Luce just
I'm
pays
just-
him, immediately just chugs the beer, looks at him again, and walks away.
Oh, do you like
Oh.
spike the
Despite the what?
spike the stein on the
The
ground? It's
shotgun
wooden.
it?
It's wooden.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you like spike it on the ground and do a strength check.
Oh,
Can I
that's
shot
not
on the
for
stein?
me.
It's what for you?
It's not a good stat.
Okay, do it anyway.
Okay,
I got a
mine's
3.
-1.
A 3. So
Yeah.
you like spike it on the ground, and it just does one bounce, and it's like really anticlimactic because it's made of wood, and it's like real embarrassing. And the girl behind the clothing booth just goes, "Yes!"
I'm just gonna look at Kinder and I'm just gonna start laughing. While then saying again, fucking elves.
And Kina goes, "Fucking elves!"
I haven't
It's
done
like
nothing.
3 strength roll, she says, going meta, and sips her beer.
Hey,
Oh my God.
Ryan, I sent you a message. I also
Oh.
accidentally just opened my Streamlabs.
Oh my god, no!
Ooh!
It's like, this isn't the time, Streamline.
Oh, wait.
You're unwanted.
You can go up to her.
Okay, I
If
go
you
over
would
to
like.
the magic trinkets.
So you go over to the magic trinket lady. You walk over. So as you approach, she like looks at you and she like kind of does a double take, and she goes, "No, couldn't be." And
No.
she greets you. She's like, "Hi, welcome to my fun little trinkets." And she says, "You seem like you've got a certain air about you." And she says, "You're probably not interested in these, but if you would like to come to my apothecary, are you from Orlaithir by any chance?"
Yes.
Oh, I'm also from Orlate there. She says like very hesitantly, like she's nervous about it, and then she like waits to see your reaction.
Does she have a apothecary there?
Yeah, she has. She said my apothecary is in town. It's down.
No, I mean at Orlaith here.
Oh,
Does she have one there?
she
Or
she
did
smiles
she,
and she
like,
she
years
says,
ago?
yeah, she's like, well, I used to have one. I used to also travel around and sell my wares, but I moved here several years ago, and it just was the right choice for me. So yeah, I've been here. So I've been selling my magic goods, doing spells for the locals. It's been great. It's a nice, very nice city.
I remember you.
Oh, do you? What?
I
you...
used to go to your apothecary in Orlaith here.
Oh, she like smiles, like she's suddenly like relieved. She seemed to be very nervous. She wasn't sure like what your deal was. And she's like, "That's so good to hear. I'm so glad." And she's like, "Yes, it was very hard for me to leave, but it was ultimately the right choice, and I had to build up clientele here, but it worked out. It worked out for me. People were very interested in what I had to offer. There weren't many elves selling magic supplies here, so I quickly became," and she like smiles, she like quickly became very popular with my goods.
I kind of smile sadly and say that it was hard for me to leave too. I understand.
She looks you in the eye, and there's this like connection of understanding, and she nods. She nods. There's some shared trauma and experiences that you feel between the two of you.
Oh, my heart. I'll stop by your apothecary.
And she said, "Please do." And she hands you one of the sunstones. And she said, "I know it's not much, but," she said, "please, for a friend."
This bitch.
Oh, thank you.
Looking for a gold piece, and she goes, "Come to my apothecary." I'm about to pull out my cut. Imagine.
You got little ears, boy.
You got little ears. I meander over to the food stand to be with everyone else.
Get away from me.
Oh, do you wiggle away from Laith?
No, I just kind of look at her.
Okay.
It's a glance, all right.
Luce, do a perception check.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Suspicious.
19.
19. You notice the vibe between the two of them is
Oh, shit.
not good. You pick up on it.
I'm just gonna huff and go over to the test of strength and say, "Keita, let's go."
Okay.
I wanted to flower you, bitch.
You got no fucking chance.
Oh. So Quinta runs back over to the food stand. She goes, two more, please. 2 more, please. So she's gonna drop 8 gold on some, or 8 copper. God, she's not that drunk. And she runs over.
I would have stopped her. I'd been like, whoa.
Yeah. She runs over. You see her like weaving through the crowd. They're all like at least twice as tall as her, with like the beer held up over her head. She goes over the test of strength, and she hands the beer over to Thalim. Who's going first? Who's going first? There is
I'm just
I
watching this
want-
from afar.
I want Keita to go first. And I'm gonna say, "Do you think you can hit something that's sitting still?"
Oh, she says, and she like wiggles her braid back and forth. She goes, "I think I can." And there's a halfling who's in charge of this booth, who's like, "Fucking, this is a jacked halfling. He's like all arms. He's only a few feet tall, but he's like fucking jacked." And he picks up this hammer, and he's like, "Come on up, 2 copper." And Quinta walks over, and she goes, "Do you mind if I curse?" And he looks at her, he goes, "No, of course not. There's kids, but like, who gives a fuck?" So she hands over 2 copper to play this game. And she takes the hammer, and she uses, well, first of all, she's going to go into a rage, because then she gets advantage on strength checks. Is there anything else she can do? So she's going to go, yeah, she's just going to go into a rage. So she just yells in Goblin. She just goes, "Mother dick," and she just slams it down. Her eyes are like bulging, her arms are bulging. She's feral mode.
Oh shit.
She's doing a strength check.
2.
So the first one, she rolled a 1.
Sorry.
No.
She has the force that would clearly have done a great amount of damage. She completely misses where she was supposed to hit, and she slams the hammer into the ground next to the like lever that would hit the bell to go up to the thing that go up to the bell. She puts a fucking crater into the beautiful square of Tresdell with the fucking mallet, and she goes, "Ah, I won." And the halfling, like, terrified, like, looks back over to, like, the cleric's booth, and he's like, "Oh god, they didn't notice." And he just kind of, like, goes to take the hammer, and she, like, swings it because she's still in a rage, and she's like, "Bah!" And he's like, oh god, and she's, like, swinging it around, and, like, people are, like, moving out of the way, and he's like, I got an extra, and he hands another hammer to Thalim as Kinta starts calming down. That was with advantage.
No, fucking
It's 2 copper, my guy.
Okay, I give him 2 copper, and the roll is a strength one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, roll this bitch. This roll is a 15.
All right, so you put the hammer over your head with beautiful, lavish form, and you bring it straight down on the little bopper thing. I don't know the terminology for these carnival games.
Bell.
It goes up.
You say a bell.
It goes up. It gets very close to the bell, and it just, like, touches it. You hear a faint little, like, tink. Not a big ring, but it hit. The ripped halfling sees that it hits, and he claps. He
I'm
goes,
still
like,
drinking my beer too.
yeah, he gives a little slow clap. He nods in approval. He's like, yeah. And he hands you over a toy hammer bottle opener. There's your prize, sir. There you go.
Oh, that's cute.
Can
As much as I
Chey
want to
try?
try this game, I have a -1 to strength, and I know it's not gonna be.
Yeah, you can always try.
Wait, how big
Okay,
is this like hammer thing?
It's like a
I end up
keychain
meandering
size.
over.
I want to give it to the little baby.
Oh,
I love
so
how we just all give things to the baby.
is Chey coming over to the Chey and Laith coming over to the hammer game?
I want to try.
I am, yeah. I want
You
to
guys
try.
asked
Okay,
me to train him.
Everyone's going over the
I'll
hammer.
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kinta is calmed down by now, and everyone's walking over, and she's like, "Oh, what happened? I'm so sorry. I'm composed.
I
Where's
will
my
say,
beer?"
whenever like was I need to look something up real quick.
No.
Whenever Laith comes over to Thalim, he just wants to get away, so I just look at Keater again and say, "Another beer."
She goes, "I didn't finish this one," and then she, like, chugs it, and she goes, "I finished this one." Guys, go back
He's
over to
gonna
the
be
food.
Dumb.
She's
And
only
again-
like 3 feet tall.
Before I leave, I'm just gonna again just look at Laith. But this is more of a scowling look.
Chey, do a perception check.
Perception check.
Yeah.
We gotta build this bitch up.
Roll, fucker. 4.
You're
Oh.
completely oblivious. You're like playing with Bowie and Crow at the same time. There's like one on each shoulder. So you walk over, completely miss it. The halfling like looks at Luce though. Like the halfling did notice and gives Luce a look like, yikes.
What I'm gonna do as well for the beer place, I'm gonna give him 3 gold.
Mhm.
I'm gonna give 1 gold to Sam, and I'll apologize for being so brash. And the 2 gold I'll say just keep the beers like coming for both of us.
Sam like nods like aggressively and like smiles, like gives you like a finger gun, and then he like tries to be cool and like bite the gold. You know how people like bite the gold to see if
Yeah,
it's real.
yeah,
He
yeah.
like looks you in the eye and bites the gold. And he goes, oh, thank you so much. And then he goes to get the beer for you guys.
And I still got 110 gold.
Damn.
Oh my
I want
god.
to fail at the test of strength.
All right.
And obviously, I'm gonna be like saying to Kinta, any drink you guess on me, don't worry about it.
And she says, yes.
And I'll just say,
Yes.
and then I'll follow on and say, so you really can't hit things that are even standing still, huh?
No.
She looks at him and she goes, I hit all of my targets. I've hit exactly where I've aimed every time. And she takes a big sip of beer. All right, Chey, the hammer's in your hands. The halfling like
Right.
admires your beautiful flowy garb, and
I'm
he's kind of
gonna
like,
pee really
okay,
quick too.
okay, be
Okay.
careful, breaking the
Don't
seal.
Don't fall in.
I'm gonna dive in.
Thalim breaks the seal.
Have fun.
I will.
Fail.
All right, bring
Do a
that
strength roll.
two copper and bring that hammer down. Do a strength roll.
Right. Roll. Hello, D&D.
D&D.
I got a 2.
You go to bring your hammer down. You step in the crater that Quinta made, and you swing it, and Crow has to like fly out of the way, like startled, like woo!
Oh. Help.
And then the halfling notices your flailing, and he goes, "Yeah, please try again on the house. Just try again. That was embarrassing. I want you to have some pride here. Please try again."
Bless the halfling.
Hello, D&D.
Oh.
Do the thing.
Oh.
Fucker. Roll. It's a 1.
You lift the hammer over your head, and it flies out of your hands, soars over the crowd, and you hear some shouting as it lands in the cleric booth. Like, lands in the cleric booth. And you hear some, like, scuffling and shouts, and you turn around, and you're like, oh no. And you see, like, 2 clerics immediately healing, like, a 3rd cleric. And they're just like, what the hell was that? Crow.
Drink for a nat 1, right? Or
What was that?
we drink for a nat 1, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, that's not a nat 1.
Oh.
I got a 2.
2,
and
but
then
minus
a
1.
Oh, okay.
It's a
I'm still
dirty
counting
one.
as a drink.
That's fine.
Yeah,
So-
it as a drink too. We haven't had enough yet
Yeah.
today.
Crow
We haven't
feels...
had any today.
To be fair, Quinta did roll in that one.
Oh, okay. So we
So,
need to do
yeah.
two.
A drink again.
So Crow, feeling like sensing the vibe, like subtly flies over, picks up the hammer while the clerics are healing and confused, and just flies it back over real quick.
I'm sorry.
And the halfling just goes, happens once a year. Happens once a year. And he like points over to the dark guy, and the dark guy like points back, and they're like, yeah. Wouldn't be a summer Tresdell festival without flying hammers and dart winds.
Whoopsie daisies.
Is anyone else trying the hammer game?
I would like to try the hammer.
All right, step right up.
Robe off.
Strength, right?
Is Chey? Yeah, it's a strength check. Chey hit the
Chey-
clerics with the hammer. She accidentally threw it, so
Oh no.
it's okay. They're healing
Tripped in
though.
the hole.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take another drink,
Okay.
but it's a nat 20.
Oh.
I just poured vodka.
So you raise the hammer over your head, and I think you might have mumbled like "screw Thalim." Wait, are you mad at Thalim?
No.
No, I'm mad.
Okay, never mind.
I'm mad at
He's mad.
So-
I remember I'm like 5'4" as
Okay.
an elf, so I'm like really tiny.
So you raise the hammer to like bring it down, and Bowie does like a war shriek, and like it startles you, and you like stumble and like almost fall, and the momentum you create by just lunging your whole body forward and like stumbling forward just hits the whoop whoop, and it goes floom, ding. I don't know any of what they're called. The bell goes ding, and the halfling is just like,
Ding.
oh. And when Bowie hears the ding, he just goes like, ding, 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 ding.
reason a serial killer.
Yeah.
We really are.
And the halfling.
He's going to save us. He's going to save us in the end.
He's
not
gonna
like
save
killing
us
my
all.
bones.
The halfling like nods in approval, and he says, sometimes, he says, it's the smallest ones who have the greatest strength. And he hands you 5 gold for winning the game, making the ding ding.
Thanks.
I will say as well, Thalim has a very high alcohol tolerance because he used to own a tavern.
Mhm.
So this is kind of like water to him right now.
Quinta is 3 feet tall, so she's starting to get tipsy.
She is wasted.
Mm-hmm.
She's had what,
And I
like
mean-
4 beers?
I think she's at like 4.
But
Yeah.
yeah, we're on the 5th one right now.
Okay, yeah.
'Cause
So
I just-
she's pretty drunk.
Because I
Yeah,
just have to
she's
say
drunk.
to Sam and just say,
Actually, I'm gonna do a constitution
Yeah.
check for her and see if
well, so the only reason I Thalim can knock these bitches back is because he used to own a tavern himself.
Fuck your kidneys.
Okay.
I mean, every time Thalim takes a drink of this, he goes, "What the fuck
She's
is this shit?"
Wait,
she's
isn't it your liver that gets fucked
Technically,
over by
yes.
alcohol?
Yes.
Technically, yeah, but
it's
Kidney's
so
gotta pump the
she's
toxin and stuff.
she's a little more than tipsy, Quinta.
uh-oh.
Oh,
A little more.
This green dice
I mean,
does
that's
not roll
impressive,
high. It
considering.
doesn't roll high. It's just not rolled high yet. Is Lucy, you gonna try the test of strength as well? You didn't get a turn yet.
You know what? Sure,
so
why
sweet and
not?
weird.
All right. So the halfling
not?
plops
This
the
is not
hammer
gonna
in your
go well.
hands. Offers his palm for the 2 copper.
The hammer away from us, I swear.
Okay, I pay the copper.
All right.
I
Would
got a
you-
two.
Would you like Crow to help you? Crow can use help as an action.
Can she help me?
Yep. So she
What does that mean?
it means you have advantage, so you roll one more time.
Okay. That was a 9.
Okay, so you hit it.
Bonk.
Yeah.
You hit it. It goes like maybe a third of the way up and then like kind of flops back down. And you're like, okay, all right.
This is like I really have to start lifting weights.
It's
again.
okay though, cause you can do fucking magic. Like,
I mean, exactly.
okay,
My
you
boobies
match.
are so powerful.
yeah,
You'd be
yeah.
like, if I used my boobs, it would have fucking.
I'd use
kicked
my
us.
boobs. It would...
Just blast off.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't stop
Eldritch
you.
Blast
It
the
is
thing.
force.
It is forced to.
It's force.
no.
Would you like to
Technically
Eldritch
do
Blast the belt? You
Frankie,
can do it. You can do
Frankie.
anything you want.
Wait, okay. Can I
Frank,
ask?
you know, in front of the clerics.
Can I ask an outside question? Would this get me in trouble?
Not in front of
Depends
the
on how
clerics,
much
Frankie.
damage it does.
Yeah, that's-
It
Does that mean like less? Like if I roll low, would I get caught?
If you do like a little damage and it just dings, it would be fine. If you blow the whole thing up,
Please don't.
Frankie,
You
it
did
is a
blow up-
paladins
I don't
and
think
clerics.
you did blow up a
God.
dildo cart. Remember, with
I
Eldritch
And then
Blast,
me
yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
you are a force of nature.
Okay, loose calms their boobies.
The,
Just kind of like rub them a little bit. And they're like,
the
okay.
halfling kind of like looks at you and is like, "Did you pull something? Are you okay?" The cleric booth is over there. Like they're just taking donations right now, but if you need healing, like it happens to the best of us.
It's like, it's
Always
okay.
stretch.
It's fine.
Always stretch.
It's okay.
Always stretch before
Always
you
stretch.
sprain your tits.
You hear from like behind, you hear like a mini horn, and you see Bip and Bop bowing, and they just announce the puppet show will be beginning soon. Come watch the story of the Battle of Tresdell against the goblins, and then they like wiggle back behind the puppet show.
God.
Quinta like whips her head around so hard that like her ponytail flies around, like hits Thalim in the
Yeah, he's gonna hit
in the
me.
balls. And she goes, the fuck they say? The fuck did they say? Did they say? She goes, I wanna watch this. I gotta see this. And she like wobbles over through the crowd.
Oh my god.
I go over as well.
Alright, it's puppet show.
Thalim's just gonna stay there.
Luce is gonna go up to Laith and kind of quietly ask her like if she's okay and like what's going on with her and Thalim.
Oh no, wait. Thalim's gonna go talk to the magic trinket lady again.
Okay.
As well.
So I just kind of look over at Luce and I kind of explain that I tell them, I'm like, I'm from the forest of Orlaithier. My family is very high in nobility there, and I've been looked for a long time. And I guess I look back, like, kind of nervously in Thalim's direction and say, and I
Death
guess
stay.
I guess I guess Thalim is the one that was supposed to find me, and he has.
How high in nobility?
Really high.
Do you want to go back?
I do. I believe my family is not necessarily in trouble, but I believe that they need my help. And like, Laith is like really picking her words right
Mhm.
now.
Okay.
So, just Like, I'm being, like, really picky with how, like, she's picking her words. And then I connected with the roots in the outpost, and I got a connection back to my family, and they're very happy to know that I am alive, but there was a underlying, not necessarily plea, but want for me to return home.
Do you know what it could have to do with?
Yeah, pretty much. It's the same stuff that's been happening since I left.
You guys hear shh as the curtains open and all the kids in the front row go woo, and Bowie goes woo, and Quinta goes, whoa, fuck this shit, in Goblin. Bowie hears it and goes, fuck this shit, in Goblin. No one else speaks Goblin except Thalim in this vicinity, so you're probably, except for like one woman in the back, and she just goes, oh my god. She took it for like an extra credit somewhere, like it was her internship, I don't know. So the little cart stage opens for the puppet show. There is painted scenery showing an open plain speckled with frost. A tiny sliver of moon, well, I'm drunk, is strung overhead. A goblin. I'm method acting. The problem is I'm more than just Quinta, so this is going to be a challenge. A goblin puppet and a human woman puppet are in battle. The goblin puppet raises his little sword in the sky, says, aha! The goblin forces are pressing into Tresdell. Soon we will overtake the town. And Quinta goes, yeah! And all the other children go, boo! And Bowie goes, boo, to copy them. And Quinta kind of like elbows him, and she's like, nah.
I'm gonna stand behind Quinta. I finished talking to the elf lady.
What did you want to talk to the elf lady about? You would have talked before.
All I'm gonna say to her is, I know that you know who that bard is in Elvish, and I'm gonna say, be careful.
She leans her head forward and she goes, is that actually? I thought it couldn't be. What?
And I'm just gonna say, you speak nothing else of this, and I'll give her another gold piece for her word of silence.
She suddenly becomes very nervous, and she says, I don't even need to take the gold. I don't want any part of this. Don't tell them I'm here. Don't say anything, please.
I just nod, and I'm gonna stand behind Quinta very, very quickly.
You walk away as the Iliada is like clutching very nervously, like at her throat, very, very concerned. So you make it back over to the puppet show.
Oh, I will say before I leave, I'll say everything will be fine as long as you just keep your mouth shut. But like, you know, Thalim's very angry still, so
yeah,
that's why I said we could get into a lot of trouble.
Iliada like gets even more tense. She's extremely uncomfortable. She's very nervous. She's like, her face has gone white. Your word choice has awakened like her greatest fear within her. There might have been some kind of miscommunication, but you've scared the shit out of this woman. So you go up to the puppet show. You stand behind Quinta. I'm gonna move you over.
I've got 20k for.
Shut the fuck up.
Bowie would be closer with the children. Bowie's up there. So the goblin says, soon we will overtake the town. The warrior woman puppet cries up at the sky. Pelor, hear my call. I am Prolia of Tresdell. I am devoted to my land, the land I swore to protect. I will continue this fight no matter what. But if my heart continues to burn with the passion of the sun, even though it is the dead of winter, the sun itself has no excuse for being absent in this time of need. And in response to Prolia's cry, the sun slowly begins to creep up from the horizon. The moon is pulled off stage, and a yellow orb is slowly put into view. That's the sun. The ground flips over, the backside lush and green, devoid of frost. Prolia charges the goblin and strikes him with her sword. He flops over and dies. Children shout in excitement as Quinta like drains her beer.
I'm gonna cover Bowie's eyes.
Yeah, you cover Bowie's eyes. But his fists are still in the air. He's like just going along with what the other children are yelling. So he's just like, yeah! Prolia shouts, now people of Tresdell, the goblins flee. We retake our land. and the small curtain like clumsily like shuts in the window, and then Bip and Bop, the two identical twin gnomes, step out to bow to the sounds of the applauding and laughing children. As the applause dies down, the female gnome steps forward and she says, "I am Bop, and this is my brother Bip." She says, "Our next show will be in a half hour. Please also consider taking a pamphlet for our upcoming winter season." And she points to like a bunch of pamphlets like stuck in the front of the cart. And then they both bow once again and pop back behind the booth.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna say to Kina, don't touch the pamphlets.
She's snarling. She's like, she's trying to hold back going into another rage. She gets 3 a day. She's only used 1. She's really trying to hold it back.
And then I'm gonna say to Keenter and Goblin, obviously, everything's a fairy tale around you. Just remember that.
She nods and she goes, "Hold on, I'm gonna go. Where's that hammer?" And she marches over. She like pushes a kid over. On her way there, she goes to the test of strength. She has her 2 copper already in her hand, and she goes, "Give me the hammer. Give me the hammer." And he's like, "Okay." He hands her the hammer. Here she goes. Hold on, I need to do the gold before I forget, because I will forget.
I kind of gesture to Luce and pull them like pretty far off to the side.
Okay. Where left or right?
Like just like far away from everyone else.
Where? By the paladins?
Sure.
Okay.
Why not?
Probably not the paladins. I don't want them to hear this.
Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back to the elven lady.
Oh, okay, so Thalim like kind of goes along, kind of near you. You guys would like swivel back around. You guys could go like behind. You can go like off the square. Like you're like off on the side street. You go to. There's like one like drunk person peeing, but then they like finish and leave. So Chey's hanging with Bowie, playing with the children over here. You go back to the elf woman.
Yeah, I'm going back to the elf woman.
Okay. What do you say to her? She gets really nervous when she sees you walking back, and she's kind of like, "Don't come back, please don't."
Please stop.
I'm gonna hold my hands up in a common gesture, saying, "Look, it's been a long day, okay?" And I'm gonna show her my army service along with the ring that the Elven Queen gave me, and said, "Look, I've got something to do, and I just don't need anything to hinge it."
Tears start coming down the sides of her face, and she just whispers like, please don't, and she like shuffles around and she like puts like a close sign on her booth, doesn't put anything away, and she just backs up and scurries off the square.
Bitch.
She's extremely upset.
I'm just gonna mutter under my breath again, "Fucking elves."
You hear Kinta yelling in Goblin, "Fucking paladins!" as she goes into another rage.
Oh no!
I mark her rage off with the hammer, and she fucking slams that shit down. I gotta mark off my rage. Where's my rage? Alright, she's done two today. With advantage. Come on, girl.
Oh. Come on, keep
An 11.
Oh, okay.
7. So she slams it down,
Careful.
and it goes like halfway up. She's like too drunk right now. It just like sloppily, she hits it, it goes halfway up the thing, and then goes back down. And she just exhales, ends her rage, hands the hammer back, and she goes, "Fuck this shit." And she just like wanders back towards the beer.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shout over and say, "There's a beer there waiting for you."
She goes, "Yeah, I know." And she walks over. Before Sam can even open his mouth, she says, "Don't speak. Beer." And he just nods, hands over another one. So in the alleyway, what's happening in the alleyway?
So I like nervously look up at Luce and I ask them, "What do you know of the royal family?"
Would you like to do an intelligence check?
Sure.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, you can roll an intelligence check.
Intelligence. Where's that?
I scared enough today. Hog.
I got a 13.
Okay. So
Not too bad.
you know that the Laith is ruled by, royal family. There's currently a queen who is in charge. And you know that queen has been trying to maintain order, even though a large group of the elves have been causing inner conflict. Like the elves are very, what's the word for the US government right now?
Divided?
Divided. Luce knows that the elven kingdom is very divided, but has only, like, you've been there, I'm assuming you've been there like a little bit, and you traveled there a little bit, but how do you feel about being there?
Would Luce have like gotten some of that information from their dad?
Yeah, you would have
like,
heard
like
secondhand. Yeah, pretty good information. You know what it's like to live there, and since your father, you know, being who he was, would give you the truth, it would not sugarcoat what it was like there. No. So you were aware of the conflict that was ever present within Orlaithir that a lot of people outside the forest don't believe is happening because they just simply don't hear about it.
Okay. So then Luce would say something like, I have like a pretty good understanding of it, not an intimate one, but a pretty good understanding from at least an outsider's perspective.
Well, the queen has a daughter.
Okay.
I am her daughter.
Oh.
And we are about to go to a council meeting with one of the councilmen who is closest to my mother.
Oh, that's gonna be really awkward for you.
Be ready.
Okay. Do you know this council member already? Have you met him before?
Ryan?
I would say it's
well, right?
Yeah, you'd know him pretty well. Like you'd kind of like grow up with him
like,
being
he's
there a lot.
Probably like taught me a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
There's no king.
Correct. There's no king. He's essentially like the headmaster, the head of like research and worship of the Leaves of Orlea, and like the right hand man of your mother.
So he's like a father or older brother to me. So just be ready. I don't want to fight.
Okay. Luce kind of like...
I know that he's going to want to take me back right away.
Okay. Does he, like... Is he really good at, like, magic? Is he, like, super proficient at that kind of stuff?
Yes, one of the best.
Oh.
He's taught me... He pretty much taught me everything that I knew.
I have a gun.
you hear from across the square Thalim yell, I have a gun. And you hear also Quinta yelling, I have an axe. And you hear a paladin shout, you better not take either of those out or we will arrest you.
Can we both just shout, shut up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Followed by, this is why no one likes fucking paladin.
So Laith is very, like, ever since we stepped foot into, like, this city, like, Laith has been extremely nervous. And extremely just, like, on edge about everything.
Yeah. Luce definitely says, like, oh, that's probably not going to be super fun for me either, but hopefully it won't come to that.
I hope not. But we might be going to... I mean, you guys don't have to come with me if he wants to take me home.
Laith, do an insight check.
Insight check?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, what's my insight? Heck.
Hey, can I beg into Chey to come over to us and like have a beer or something?
Yeah.
A what?
Instead of like, have a beer, you bitch. Let's go.
I'll
just say
19 but 22.
You notice that Luce is uncomfortable and seems to be alluding to something.
I'm eating.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout to Chey saying, hey, there's a drink over here with your name on it, so get over here. And the baby.
You hear from the paladin table again, the same voice yelling, why are you yelling?
Why did you choose paladin?
And slowly toddle over.
Yeah, as you pass the paladin stand, you see a paladin with like very red hair by the booth, and there's like a halfling in dark colored clothing kind of like leaning on him, and as you walk by you're like, sorry, and the paladin just kind of like waves, it's like whatever.
So I'm gonna say to Sam again really quick. I say, don't ask questions. Just get them what they want.
Sam just like nods aggressively, and you see behind him like Big Jim like chuckling at the treatment that his nephew is getting from these customers. He thinks it's funny.
I give him a gold piece. I give him gold. Okay.
Sam just like keeps nodding aggressively. This time does
Dishing
not
out
bite
this
it.
money.
He learned.
Sam's just.
Okay, we've
she's
still got 2
so-
gold of a bar tab over here to pay. Okay, so
Give me juice.
Who?
Beer. Yuck.
You want juice?
I've thrown 2 gold at them.
No beer.
Okay, so when you say juice, Sam pours you a stein of wine. Thinks that's what you mean and hands it over.
Shit.
No.
Oh, Chey.
So since I noticed that Luce is
And I'm also going to
uncomfortable,
take the baby and put him on my shoulder.
I'm fine with it.
I ask Luce if they're nervous about anything within this council meeting. When is
Luce
the
kinda,
council
like-
meeting, by the way? Please be tomorrow.
When is that?
I mean you haven't found the person in charge yet to like be like, hey, we need to come. There's an international conflict.
Okay.
You guys are partying, right?
There we are.
I would
Why
say
is the juice
Luce kind of just like nervously
Why is the juice
looks
spicy?
around a little bit and is kind of like, yeah, being around a very powerful magic user is probably not a good idea for me at the moment, but
Laith just kind of nods and goes, I think we're all gonna be in the same boat.
You
Liz
hear
also nods and is like, yeah.
from the paladin booth, you hear, place your bets, the next fight in the pit is scheduled in 10 minutes.
Oh shit.
That sounds
I'm
barbaric.
gonna look at Kinder and go, don't.
She kind of like eyes the booth and like takes a few steps forward, just like looks, just is curious, like, goes, what? I just want to know what they're doing. I want to watch them fight each other. And she waddles over and she goes, do I have to pay to watch you guys fight each other? And the red-haired paladin just looks at her and he's like, if you bet on the one you think's going to win. And she goes,
Does the red-haired paladin look like Diluc from Genshin Impact?
shorter
like
hair. He has shorter hair.
Shorter hair?
Yeah.
Pog.
He still is like has like a boyish face. He's like a younger paladin, but he looks like he's very recently seen some battle. He seems like he's just beginning to get a little gruff.
Now begins the game of how many people can Laith woo before the council meeting.
Perfect.
Can I tell him what's wrong with my juice?
So I walk back over to the food booth,
Yes,
but
that's
I
fine.
stay
I'm gonna look at it.
at a decent space away from Thalim to make sure that he just doesn't run off again.
Spot choice.
Yeah, the
Well-
food booth is huge, so you can do that very comfortably.
Pog.
I'm gonna
assuming-
grab Shay's juice and like sniff it and just shout Sam really, really loudly.
Sam like drops a
She's
piece
already
of
had a couple
of
mouthfuls.
meat he was about to hand someone and just goes like squish on the ground. He goes, so sorry to the customer. He goes, what? I'm sorry. What did I do? I'm sorry.
This isn't juice, Sam. This is wine.
He is kind of like, wine is juice. And when you like don't respond, he goes, I'm so sorry, and he like takes it back, and then he's like, I don't, and he just like pours it out and goes, I'll be right back, and he sprints down the street again. You see him go down the road once again, not going very fast, back into the building.
I'm gonna turn to Shay and say, well, is that your first time drinking alcohol?
Had a couple sips of fucking ceremonies.
Did Bowie get any sips while you were?
No.
You didn't know it was wine.
Thalim's shoulder.
Okay.
Yeah, Bowie like took sips of my beer. It was just like celebrating every sip.
He like gives a little burp and hiccup.
Yeah.
It calms him down.
He like
I just thought it was.
he fist pumps every time he takes a sip of my beer.
Yeah. Sam comes back with a stein of juice and he hands it to you and he goes, so sorry, I'm hydrating. I'm so sorry.
So
Here's some juice.
I hear this whole thing like go down, and I realize that Wait, Chey, did you eat the cake?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. But I buy a piece of bread.
That is 2 CP, I think.
I'm gonna be
Two drinks down.
speaking
Thinking it
to
was just
Yeah,
Nancy.
two copper.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
talking
so
to Bowie and Goblin.
I buy a piece of bread and I immediately walk over to Chey, so I was able to like hear this stuff happen, and I tell her, I'm like, you need to eat this right now. I was like, you need to eat as much of this as
Because
you
you
can
probably
right
drank like
now.
half the stein.
It's like, oh, it's just juice.
It's
just spicy juice.
It tastes
Would be
different from the bread from Orleithier. It's like a little earthier,
I don't know what's happening, but I'm just gonna eat the
but
bread and
it's delicious.
I'm gonna be speaking to Bowie like simple phrases in Goblin about what I'm currently like wearing. So I show him my hands and he can see the rings. And I
Ooh.
just look at it and he's obviously shiny, and he
Yeah.
looks at the one on my right hand and he can see that it's a wedding ring.
Can I-
And obviously
can
there are
I-
people around me,
Mhm.
so if they want to do a perception
I would like to do
Oh.
a perception check on his rings.
Yes, go for it.
only the one you can see.
You're too
like,
busy
visually.
thinking I've been poisoned.
So I can see both of them.
No, only one, because I'm only holding the one up right now. The other one is like with the beer stein.
The one from the queen, right?
No, this is just a normal wedding ring.
Fancy.
Okay.
Didn't you see
Well,
them already?
Yeah,
Briefly.
true.
Okay.
Very
Yeah,
briefly.
I did, yeah.
celibacy.
Well, everyone needs to take
No.
another sip of their alcohol.
Oh God.
I got a nat 20 again.
Oh my god.
This time
Wait.
you see the wait. Which ring are you looking at? The one from the elf or the
Mm-mm.
the wedding ring?
Normal standard wedding ring.
You notice the
wedding
ring. Human wedding rings look a little different from elven wedding rings, but you.
It's not a human one, and that's why I said perception.
Oh,
Because
can you explain that? You take the reins on this one.
this is why Laith specifically had to do the perception, because Laith is gonna realize that it's a ring that she gave someone.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So do you want me to like take the reins on it now?
Yeah, you guys are in charge. Go for it.
So this whole trip I had recognized Thalim pretty vaguely, because when I was on the run from Orleithier, I stayed at an inn that was run by a husband and wife.
Hi.
And the wife reminded me so much of my mother that I gave her my ring from my mom.
And I will say now, Thalim was married to a half-elf. That's why he
Wow.
can speak elf.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay. But yeah, she made, because it was at a really rough time in Laith's life, because she ran with her lover at the time from Orleithier.
Oh shit.
And he was seized and captured and never returned. So
no.
he was killed because he wouldn't say where Laith was.
Ooh.
And she was really she was in a really bad state because she missed her mom, but she knew that she couldn't go back. And Thalim's wife saw that and understood that and treated her like a daughter while she stayed at the inn.
Oh.
So when Laith left to continue on her journey, she gifted Thalim's wife with her ring that her mother had given her.
Shut up, Dale. You were married.
Oh my god.
Wow. Thank you.
So
Jotted
so
some
we
stuff
don't
down.
like our characters don't know that though.
No.
Okay.
I know nothing.
I mean,
I'm just-
the only thing that Luce knows is that I am the princess of Orleithier.
Yeah. I would also like to say that Luce definitely came over.
Okay, yeah, I was about to ask, like,
food to get,
Is she just chilling in an alley?
Yeah.
I just
so there's
say
someone
that
over there.
Thalim is spaced out. I am singing that exact same lullaby to the baby and goblin again while I'm like twirling this ring around and
Wait, so
deep
does
in
the,
thought.
is the lullaby something from your wife?
No.
Not
Oh.
The
wow.
lullaby is an Elvish song,
Oh.
but it's spoken in goblin. so the baby like understands it. a bit better.
So pretend that like back in time I told you that the song that he sang was the way that my mother told Thalim how to find me. And
Okay.
so
Yeah,
me
that's the only
me-
reason I know that lullaby.
Me knowing that song like on our short rest before we went into the outpost is how
Okay.
Thalim realized that I am.
Oh, okay.
I will say,
The
Ryan,
next
if
in
the
line-
elven
Luce doesn't know
lady,
that though, right? Or did you tell them?
I will say that I told them.
Okay.
Because I already told you that I'm the fucking princess of
Yeah.
Orleans. So, but
I know
I just
shit.
wanted you to be ready.
Okay.
I say, Ryan, if that lady that was at the magic room is anywhere nearby, she's probably more nervous here in the lullaby.
She left. Like she left. Like she was very shaken. She
Oh,
went home for a little bit.
Hey, I
Okay,
give
I
a goal. I was
wanted to-
nice, kind of.
I wanted to ask,
Uh-huh.
like, is she in her apothecary? Because I wanted to go find her.
I would say she probably like locked. Like she's in full panic mode.
Yeah,
It would be
okay.
locked. Oops. She lives in the city, and you know where she is. Like you'll be able to find her at some point. But she
Okay.
essentially had a panic attack and left.
I was poisoned.
I need some me time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can I
got short swords and a gun, and I presented my soldier's badge in front of her. So
Mhm.
That was
Can
an
I
oops.
can I try and like can I like try and like roll persuasion to get Thalim to talk to me?
You can roleplay
No.
it.
I just know he's fucking angry. That's why I said. That's why I said roll persuasion. I have a +6 to persuasion. That's why I want to roll. For
All right, try to. You can roll for it.
I mean, you can
Okay.
try and get his attention right now, but he is literally zoned out singing this lullaby to the baby.
Okay, can I
I'm
like,
dying.
wait? Can I like wait for like you to be done with the lullaby, and
Who
then
knows how long this will
try
go
and-
on? The baby is entranced by this. He loves this
Yeah.
lullaby for some reason.
His little
Plus, it's
beer
a
hiccup
goblin,
baby.
so-
While this is going on, Luce has gotten another beer and is
Beautiful.
drinking it quite quickly.
Sam has just
so
like
I
watched
got-
all of this happen, and Quinta waddled over and like stood like drunkenly in the middle of the entire group and is like, "Wow, this is tense."
So I got a 22.
Oh!
Oh my god.
So that's pretty high. So
I can say you can try and talk to me, and I'll respond accordingly.
Well, I'm gonna try and get you to walk away so I can talk to you in private.
You gotta try and do that. What are you gonna do?
Hand me back my baby.
you got a 22. So what did you say to Thalim?
I just kind of get his attention and go, Thalim, I need to talk to you immediately.
No.
I'm just gonna sigh, and I'm gonna give the baby back to me,
Yay.
and then I'm gonna say, "You've got 2 minutes."
Oh,
Okay. So we walk away from the party.
so you go to like the food place.
Yeah.
What you drinking?
And I look at him
It's a beer.
and I point to the
You got
ring
juice
that,
back from Sam, right?
Yeah. Sam ran to the
Okay.
tavern and back.
and
Fucking
I
end
point.
his life, I swear to God.
I
Good
ask
point.
if I can see your hand that has the ring that I gave your wife on it.
And I'm gonna say, "Oh, you noticed this thing, huh?"
Do you remember who gave your wife this ring?
No, because it was very busy that night, and my wife just came back with a ring, all happy and giddy, for some
Do you,
reason.
do you remember a bard that stayed at your inn?
But I will also
Or-
say, I'll say, watch how you speak about my wife in a certain way, because it was a traumatic thing that happened.
I understand.
He's still very tense and he's angry at you, so
I know. So I asked, I was like, do you remember a bard that stayed at your inn for a span of time?
you realize how many bards, elves, orcs, goblins come into a bar, right?
Orcs?
Yeah, there's orcs.
Yeah, so I mean, speak goblin, and orcs kind of on the teeter of goblin, so
Oh,
But-
word.
A bard that your wife spent time with. Talked too often.
I say when my wife goes off and does her little thing, I'm literally at the bar tending to people. So no,
It was me. I gave your wife that ring.
Oh.
Dun, 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 dun.
Uh-oh.
I was just gonna say that's why you've been staring at us like this then.
Luce, give me a sip.
Because that was after.
No.
That was
Oh,
after
Eat your
my
bread. I did.
my partner was taken, and I assume killed because we ran away together. And I was at a loss. And your wife reminded me of my mother, which I know you know who she is, obviously.
Yes, and I will say, you
Yes.
speaking to other elves about your family is very dangerous, don't you think?
With this council meeting, and who I know is going to be at the council meeting, I need you and Luce to be ready.
And I'm gonna say, if it's who I think it is, he already doesn't like me very much.
It's gonna be hell.
It's gonna be hell.
And I will say that me and this person have butted heads before. Which is why, if it is whoever it is, I say, I'm not gonna be nice.
Let me do the talking to him. He's like a father to me.
And I'll say, he couldn't keep his mouth shut the first time.
I know he's a lot to handle, but he's like a father to me.
I have a gun.
Oh my god.
I know you have a gun, Thalim.
And
I
Big Jim hears you talking. He goes, "Did you kids need a bun? You needed a bun?"
Yeah.
I'm just gonna look
I
at
just-
it. Not now, Jim.
Oh, okay. Sorry. He goes back to cooking.
Just let me do the talking.
I'll say, also,
Please.
you've mentioned my wife all this, but you haven't asked how she is or why I'm alone.
Oh.
With the way you've
Awkward.
been acting, I don't think it's my place to ask. Not here, not now.
And I'll say, that's a very, very smart choice. And I'm gonna walk away.
Sheesh.
I have a
You-
15
I will.
intelligence, you know.
Well, I will say one last thing. I'll say, stop speaking to the elves about who your family is.
I know
Oh,
nothing.
shit.
so-
Me?
No, I mean the lady in the thing. Because she
said
was
that I was
very...
from Orleans.
Very unstable.
Yeah, but she also knew who you were, because I also then spoke to her, and she was very nervous, and I showed her my badges, and she still stormed off.
Yeah,
and I
because
said,
you scared the absolute shit out of her.
I wouldn't have to if you didn't mention your family.
I just said that I was from Orleans.
And I'll say she clearly recognized who and why you were from Laith. Yeah.
Suddenly, trumpets blare, and the crowd goes silent. Soul Centurion Harapel steps out from the church dressed in white, shining paladin armor with a brilliant ornate mace inlaid with gold at her side. She holds a matching shield on her arm that has a gold star symbolizing the god of Pelor, her dark skin shining in the deeper yellows of the sun that has just began to set. "People of Tresdell," she says, "as the sun sets on this glorious day, I lead us in our thanks to our god Pelor. Without the life-giving rays of the sun, we would not have the food, health, and vitality that we are so privileged to enjoy every day. It is sun god Pelor who allowed the city to grow and thrive. We thank you, Pelor." And everyone on the
Thanks,
square shouts their thanks. Yeah, go Chey. "Thanks, Pelor." And Bowie goes, "Thanks, Pelor." And now,
Bowie.
I remind you all how we can give thanks to Pelor, by being as bright and warm as the sun itself, by being just and kind, by feeding those who are hungry, protecting those who are weak, and comforting those who are scared. The sun shines in each and every one of us, and it is our duty to shine that light on those who need it most. Be bright. And the crowd shouts back, "Be bright!" The trumpets blare again as Lady Harapel begins descending the stairs, surrounded by groups of the clergy and paladins, and to her right, an Aasimar in flowing robes. The group moves into the crowd to greet the people. Quinta notices Harapel and goes, "That's her, that's that bitch," and starts pushing forward to try to talk to her drunkenly. Quinta's gonna make a constitution check as she gets to Harapel. Or a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Oh my word.
Okay, an 18. So she like thinks she's gonna vomit, and she just like burps, and it gets the whole like this group's attention, and they like all turn to look at like this tiny goblin like swaying towards them. A bunch of the paladins like move automatically into a defensive position around the Soul Centurion, and like get ready to grab their weapons. And Quinta goes, "Excuse me, Lady Harapel." And Harapel gestures to the paladins to kind of like drop their weapons, and she says, "Yes, yes, yes," very wary and confused. Quinta says, "I am Quinta, Kobold Slayer of the Kurgo tribe. I am here to claim the Goblin Seat on the council and to report the kobolds for invading Goblin land and enslaving my people. I brought witnesses." And she gestures to your party.
Don't look at the Roll20 chat.
I won't. I'll see it tomorrow.
I feel like that's perfect for you cutting to us. It's just being like, huh?
The crowd kind of like parts and like exposes you all to Harapel's line of sight.
Scene. Curtains close.
Ivara just kind of nods, and they're like, "Yeah, that checks out."
Wait, what did Quinta say?
Quinta, you guys like don't respond, and Quinta once again goes, "I've brought witnesses," and then she goes, "Fuckers, that's you. Get over here."
Just kind of whispers like, "It's about the fucking dungeon that we were just in. The kobolds are being shitty."
So I step forward, like suddenly no longer nervous, and say, "Oh my, you've had many drinks, haven't you, Quinta?"
And she said, "Yeah, I think I had more than Thalim, like at least 7 more."
I absolutely believe you. We're here to join in on the council meeting. We have some very important things to discuss. Can we be directed to the person in charge, please?
Can I roll a perception check?
Yeah. Sure.
I'm just gonna shout at Key to say, "Well, you were babbling. I drank 8. You had 1 down."
Doesn't understand what's going on.
Wait, what did you get?
Shay doesn't understand what's going. Oh, I got a 20.
Oh, okay.
Nat 20?
No, 18 plus 2.
So Shay kind of looks around the crowd. She sees like the Soul Centurion and the clergy like around her, and Shay gathers that this person who just spoke is in charge of the whole city. She's like the highest person of order. Shay like it just kind of clicks in Shay's brain. She's like, "Oh shit, this person's the most important," and then looks at Ivara, notices the robes on them and like the insignia of Pelor.
Recognizes Ivara.
Yeah, and they're like, "Ivara, that's head cleric. Oh, okay, yeah,
Fuck.
Quinta, hearing that Thalim was on 8, runs, like weaves through the crowd. Actually, she's gonna do an athletics check.
Yeah, it's gonna. Oh no.
Can I do a perception check as well to like see if I know if she's in charge?
Yeah.
Because I'm like far away.
Actually, I'd say you would just know. You would know.
If Quinta was gonna fuck up and fall somehow, can I like try and save them with some?
She rolled high for dexterity, so she drunkenly like cartwheels through the crowd, sticks out her hand, says, "Sam, don't fucking say anything," and he puts another beer in her hand, and she nods, and she just goes back to Harapel.
Good boy.
Yeah. So Laith, you would know who Harapel was. You know what the Soul Centurion is. The Soul Centurion is like the paladin who would like rose through the ranks in combat, and also was selected through a like arcane trial by the church. So when both of those things approve of the same person, they get elected as Soul Centurion and are in charge of the city. So she's like a paladin warrior who also has the blessing of Pelor determined by the clerics.
Oh shit.
And she can fuck a bitch up. She's essentially the strongest warrior closest to Pelor in the city.
I look to them and I apologize for my party member. But
And she nods and she goes,
We-
"It's quite all right. It happens every summer festival. I'm glad it wasn't. I'm glad I wasn't the council member who got drunk on the square this time. So it's fine."
oh god. So I again, I'm just like, we are looking to be a part of this council meeting. When and where may we be if we are allowed?
Harapel nods at you and she says, "Yes. Quinta is more than welcome to take the seat as the goblin representative. We have not had someone from their culture in the chair for quite some time, so she is more than welcome to fill it. You as witnesses are more than welcome to come and plead your case. Tomorrow at noon in the, what did I call it? Hold on. Tomorrow at noon in the meeting house. Oh, that fucking checks out. That makes sense. She says, tomorrow at noon at the meeting house is when we will be having our council meeting. Take this. And she pulls out like a seal of the Soul Centurion and she hands it to you. And she says, this will get you past the guards and into the meeting. Your weapons will have to be collected at the front gate. I hope you understand it's a safety precaution.
I have none.
And she says, this seal will also get you a room at the tavern. Just tell them that you will be participating in the council meeting tomorrow. Hopefully they have rooms left, but if not, I'm sure Big Jim will find a way to accommodate you. She says, I'm very sorry if there is an issue with the kobolds and the goblins. I hope that we can reach a conclusion tomorrow. And she said, please try your best to enjoy the city and welcome.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask a DM question?
Yeah.
Does my packed weapon count as a weapon?
So you can like materialize it, right?
Yeah.
So you would be able to materialize it in the meeting house.
Sick.
Might be dangerous, but
I just wanted to know for reference.
yeah, like
Not because I was
you can. I'm pretty sure, like, if you look at the description, I think you can like materialize it at will, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can take it, but you can
I can still have it.
have it.
Okay, pog.
Yeah.
I just wanted to check that.
Yeah. That is a magical weapon.
Sick.
So
Yeah.
I know that I'm not going to be able to tell Quinta this information and have her remember it in the morning. So I just see that she's already done with her next beer, and I'm like, hey, let's go get you another drink.
And she
we head back to the.
she nods. And then you hear everyone kind of yell like last call at their booths. Some people have started packing up. As the sun sets, it's becoming nighttime. The town square part of the festival is ending, but you also notice groups of people have begun walking like to people's houses. A large group has walked towards Big Jim's tavern, and like Big Jim and Sam are like hurriedly trying to clean up their booths so they can make it back to their tavern and continue cooking there.
Okay, so I go back to the party and I relay them all of the information that I got from the head paladin.
Okay.
Cleric? Was the cleric there? I've already
Yes, yeah.
forgotten. Okay.
Ivara was
So
there.
all
They were
of
just
all of
like
the-
smiling and watching the shit go down.
Okay. So I go back to them and relay all of the information. I keep the piece of paper because I only had one drink.
I
Man,
accidentally
I'm
had
sober.
three.
Luce suggests that we all maybe convene at a tavern so that we may
so-
continue drinking and maybe even get some food, but
So I
also
tell
talk
them-
privately.
So I tell everyone, Big Jim's Tavern, if he has places, this will get us a free stay at the night. This is tomorrow at noon. At the meeting
Okay.
house.
That sounds good. Question mark?
Either way, I'm gonna bribe Jim to let us stay there.
Okay, perfect.
Intimidate.
Do it.
I have a gun. Oh,
So-
and then I casually. So I
No, I'm
kind of
gonna
left
give him
out the
gold.
fact that we. So I kind of look at everyone nervously and I said, we can't have our weapons
At the
in the meeting. In the meeting house. They're
Okay.
going to be
That's inconvenient.
taken from us. And as I'm saying that, I kind of look at Luce with a stressed look on my face.
I just am kind of like, I have a backup. Okay.
It's actually a front up, but yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, what the chest do though?
Okay, which tavern is Jim's tavern? 'Cause I
Um,
think we should just head
Oh.
there.
Jim's is the one towards the right. Jim's tavern is
Okay.
here.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
so we go there.
I say we go there.
So you
Can
guys
I
make your
hit
way.
the clothing shop first.
So as you walk down the street, like towards Big Jim's Tavern, you notice that most of the like, what are they called? Business buildings are like closed, locked. The lights are off, but maybe like the light on the top floor where people live are on. As you walk past the clothing shop, you see up in the top window, the woohoo girl from the square is in there, and she's the one who is like woo when Luce spiked the. Yeah, she's a woohoo girl. Love her.
Okay.
You can see there's like a party going on in the top floor, but the door is locked. She's living her best life. You see her like standing on a stool and also doing the woohoo still. She's been woohooing for most of the day.
Perfect.
Yeah, so
proud of her.
Everything's pretty much closed. The whole town, like they party at the square for the day, and then when the sun goes down, people kind of retreat into like private house parties or like run amok in the city. The taverns are popping, so you make your way to Big Jim's Tavern. There's like a steady trickle of people going that way. As you walk over, you can see like the multi-storied tavern. There's a large wooden sign, worn from the weather, but still clearly depicting the round smiling face of a bearded man and the words Big Jim's. Upon entering through the heavy wooden door, you are met with the smell of salty food, stale beer, and sweaty people. Thick glassed lanterns light the dark wooden interior. A bar stretches across one side, and behind it, a door to what you assume is the kitchen. Several tables, already full of laughing and drinking townsfolk and travelers, take up most of the space. And there's a set of stairs you see against one wall that leads to the upper floors and all of the rooms that people can stay in. As you walk in, you see last table open. There's one table left open.
Can there be a small empty stage?
Yeah, yes, there is. There's a small empty stage.
Sick. Thanks.
Yes.
Is the table that's open like kind of secluded, or is it kind of just out in the open?
This tavern is full of very drunk, boisterous people.
I think we'll be fine.
If you have to lean in close to each other to talk. Like when you guys talk, you have to lean forward at the table. It's that type of loud. This is the party.
So as you guys go get the table, I go over to Big Jim and see if he has rooms for us.
Okay.
So
we can always go to a room if we want to have like an actual discussion after.
Why do I have a feeling there's gonna be only one room and we're all gonna have to share it?
So you wave to Jim. You see him like kind of through the kitchen door. He's like cooking up a storm and like half putting away the stuff he brought back from the square. And he notices you. He walks over. He goes, "Sorry, what can I do for you?" And you ask him about getting a room. And you show him the seal from Harapel.
Mm-hmm.
So you show him the seal, and he's kind of like, yeah, I understand. So all of our rooms are booked because it is a festival. He says, but I need to accommodate you. Like, this is a big deal. You have the seal of the Soul Centurion. I'm sorry to even offer this, but we have a wine cellar. I think that's the only open space large enough. How many people did you say there were?
There are 4 adult-sized people.
Okay.
What?
Okay, so yeah, I can get you blankets, pillows for the wine cellar. I'm sorry, but
I'm just at the sleepover.
I just smile at him and I'm like, that's perfect. Can you show us where that is? And so like I wave at the party and I'm like, come here now.
He nods aggressively and says, yes, this way. He leads you like through the kitchen, and then there's like a cellar door kind of thing, and then there's wooden stairs that lead down. It's like a little chilly. And as you guys go down, he says, 1 second, and he like scurries off, and then you hear him yell. And then you hear like the pitter patter of excited feet, and there's Sam with like a huge stack of folded blankets, and he's like, "Hi guys, hi. Do you remember me? I was from the square." And Quinta looks at him, and she goes, "What is the thread count on that?" And he's like, "I don't know. I didn't count the threads, but you're more than welcome to have them. They're all for you. Do you need more blankets? Do you need more pillows?"
Could we have,
I think we're fine.
Do you have like a bottle of wine you could get us?
He kind of like turns and looks at the fact that you're all standing in a wine cellar and goes, "Yeah, I mean, we have kegs, like literally."
Oh, so we can have a keg?
Oh, I don't know if
I think that you just offered us a keg. I mean, I'm just
Oh
saying
my
that
God,
was like the
right
worst.
I don't know how.
Oh, Luce.
Yeah, we
Stop.
can have the keg, and he starts setting down some of the blankets, and he like sets out the blankets and pillows, and then he just kind of like plops down and goes, yeah, we can have a keg. Yeah, and he
Okay,
sits there. He
yeah.
just makes himself at home right in the wine cellar with you guys, like smiling.
I kind of look at him smiling. I'm like, Sam,
Yeah, yeah.
thank you so much for all of your
Yeah.
help, but I've got a busy tavern to help.
Oh
attend.
shit! Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
you
like.
re- you
what
really
did that
know.
table order? What did that table? Shit.
Aw,
Okay, yeah,
hang out with us.
yeah. Maybe if it's not too late, I can come hang out with you guys, and you can tell me some cool like adventure stories. Or if you need more blankets, like please get me. I can bring more blankets.
Oh yeah,
Of
yeah, yeah.
course, Sam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, enjoy the
But
wine.
go help
Enjoy the
out
wine.
Jim.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And he like bounds back up the stairs, and you hear the door close behind him.
We have a wine keg now, right?
You have a room full of wine kegs.
Perfect.
Chey, no.
What? I didn't do nothing.
Bowie has his mouth on the nozzle and
No.
is literally suspended in the air,
No.
holding onto the nozzle with his teeth in the air,
Can
just
I-
like
can
wiggling.
I very briefly request a pee break?
Yes,
Yes, I need a piece.
that's
so
smart.
Okay, good.
Pee break.
Okay, pee break before wine keg.
Oh, you're right.
For like rest, so that way we're not drunk in the morning.
Yeah.
I know we're gonna have to roll for it. I mean, I had one glass of wine, and that's all I intend to have. So, but
Okay, pee break. Everybody pee break.
Why?
Why? This green dice, I never roll high with it. Never. That's a 3. It's cursed. The Quinta dice is cursed. And then my DM dice is natural 20s all day long. Wild. Absolutely wild.
Normally, if I'm gonna attack, they'll go, not 20.
Yeah, not 20. Not 20. Quinta only rolls high when she's doing dumb shit. She fucking acrobatics through the street drunk, gets like a 19. Wants to hit something with the hammer, literally can't, even with advantage twice.
Makes a
She's-
big hole in ground.
Makes hole in ground. That's gonna be there for a long time. I hope they don't realize that was her. It's like the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It's like the star, like Quinta signs it. She's like, this is my hammer crater.
The fucking dot she hit the dude with.
okay, I'm back. I
Welcome
returned.
back. Welcome back. I was just saying how the Quinta dice just never rolls high. Never.
You know, it's okay. Mine do.
You're right. Quinta's here to soak up damage.
Mine rolls high if we need it to roll high.
Quinta's
Thank
is the
God.
opposite. Quinta's rolls high when she's doing dumb
That's what-
shit.
You'd be like, you need to make this shot, otherwise we're fucked. I'm like, oh, okay.
Welcome back.
Always, always, if I don't hit this shot, this door's gonna close. And Ryan will go, it's a hard shot though.
Yeah, I'm like this. You have to go through like 28 different things, and it's far away, and there's like stuff in front of you, and you're stressed, and you're like 20. I'm like, okay.
Easy 20.
And I'm like, Quinta does something with advantage that she's literally designed to do.
Poor
Can't do it.
Quinta,
I pee.
Honestly.
Welcome
a
back.
solid 3.
Me and Keith have been vibing, okay?
Yeah. Quinta's
are
been a
actually-
liability.
I'm oblivious.
So
Just add some spicy juice.
Bowie's physically affixed to the
No.
nozzle.
No.
Magic.
No.
Do you
no,
pull him?
Prying
pull-
him off.
you pull him
Yep.
off. Do a strength
Prying him
check against Bowie's strength check.
Where is it? God damn it.
Uh-oh.
You gotta
Do
beat a.
just want me to
You
switch
gotta
with
beat
the
a
goblin?
13.
My god.
I can't be the
You
13.
gotta beat a 13. That's even with the minus for his low stats.
Oh no.
I'm a 5.
And so you're like tugging him.
He's getting drunk. Oh,
His
no.
jaw strength is too strong. He's guzzling that wine.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna, I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
peek
shout
over
to
me.
Thalim. Help.
I'm just gonna look at you and go, he's a goblin.
Help.
Quinta just starts clapping.
Yeah, I'm not
Actually,
gonna keep that.
Quinta goes, wait a minute, my turn, and she rolls a strength check. She gets a 14 plus whatever, plus 2. So she walks over,
Pry him off.
pops him right off, tosses him to Chey, and then takes her place underneath the nozzle. I was like, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna like snarkily say to Quinta, I say, you know that still only counts as one, right?
She raises her head, like hits it on the nozzle, and then goes, wait, we have the council meeting tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she goes, okay, good. And then she goes back to drinking.
I
Is
kind
there-
of casually say to her, "You're going to be representing the goblins in this council meeting," and just kind of hope that it sticks.
She sits up again and she says, what do you think I'm preparing for?
And I'm just gonna say, in Goblin, fucking hells.
I'm just gonna sigh and look and see if there's anything to wash up with in the basement, please.
Um,
Yeah, I
There's-
still got that roll that you gave me, so I'm gonna give it to the baby.
there's
Nope.
wine. Oh, he
I
takes the, you offer it to him even though he's like
Yeah.
grasping Chey and like over Shay's shoulder like grabs the bread and starts nomming it. He gets another temporary hit point.
Perfect.
Stop it.
Perfect. He has so many hit points for this day that we're not doing.
Yeah,
say-
you need
That's-
to give him a bath.
That's the joke that I made
And
for
I'm gonna-
myself.
Don't
I'm
have
gonna
some
speak to
blood.
him in Goblin really quick and say, you'd be a fine goblin.
Stop it.
And like, tap his cheek very gently.
Quinta sits up and she goes, all right, this is the plan. She says, we go to the meeting. I tell them all this shit the kobolds do. You tell them all the shits the kobolds do. They take down the kobolds. I go home
Okay.
happy.
Mm-hmm.
That's the plan.
I just kind of nod with her as I take out my dragon chess set and put it on the floor.
Oh.
Kinda don't know what to
Can
do.
Luce like kind of privately whisper to Laith?
Yeah, make a deception.
What?
Deception.
Deception
okay.
check.
Oh, for everyone else, so
Yeah.
they don't hear.
Nat 20.
Nat 20?
Oh, let's go! Another shot for me.
You
Why?
whisper quietly and you feel like you want Laith to hear this so well that you feel Lilith's presence
Oh.
and you feel like this
Mommy.
mental connection between you and Laith's mind and
Okay.
you find that you can speak to her right now temporarily telepathically.
Oh. Okay.
You hear a little laugh in the back of your head from Lilith and she just says,
Aw.
have fun.
Thanks, mommy. I say to Laith, like, I think that the party should know about what we're going into in general, just so that everybody is fully prepared.
I somehow do not jump at the fact that I hear Luce's voice in my head because I'm focused on setting up my chess set. And can I like speak back?
Yes.
Okay, and I kind of just like look up to make it not seem like we're talking to each other, and I just go, "Yeah." Do you want me to tell him?
It depends on what you're comfortable with.
Um,
If you'd rather it be you, then it can be you.
I can tell
Okay.
everyone. But I respond with, "I might not let Chey know who I am, though.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea."
Okay. Luce says, like, you can be as vague as you are comfortable with. I just think that a vague understanding would be fair for the rest of the
Yeah.
party.
Shay will
Okay.
treat her differently.
So
Clementine will remember that.
so I
This action will have
I
consequences.
finish setting up my chess set and I kind of look at the party and I'm like, "Hey, we need to
Okay.
talk about the meeting tomorrow."
Okay.
Quinta's
So-
like, didn't we have
want
a
help?
plan already?
There's some
Sure, Pinky.
other underlying issues that need to be discussed first, Quinta.
Okay.
God.
So, as some of you know, I am of elven nobility
I'm
from
just gonna
Orlaithier.
lean back and go, oh boy, here we go.
I am of elven
Immediately
nobility
get
from
Shay's
Orlaithier.
attention. Hello?
My cat is screaming. um, um,
Man,
and
ow.
I know you went out. Just wait. I gotta do a monologue. He's like aggressively touching
my
my
moment.
elbow. And 50 years ago, I ran away. And for these past 50 years, I have been looked for. And the councilman of Orlaithir is going to be there. That man is like a father to me, and he is going to recognize me immediately.
I'm just gonna sigh.
I mean, you know who I'm talking about.
I know, that's why I'm gonna sigh.
Keen to like keep going.
So, with the fact that we have to leave our weapons at the door, I believe, hopefully, that we won't have to use any fire power or magic power. I say, kind of casting a glance over at Luce. But
I will not be using it on the cancel.
I am going to ask you, if anything happens with this councilman, let me speak to him.
Okay.
Because, like I said, this man is like a father to me. And if he wants to take me home, and I can convince him to just take me home with no other issues, then so be it. But if he recognizes me, which he's absolutely going to, like just let me talk to him. He is a very hard man to deal with if you don't know him well. And thankfully, I grew up with him by my side for 100 years. He's taught me everything I need to know about magic, and I will say one thing: our magic has nothing against his. So we need to be as absolutely civil as possible if this situation arises.
Thalim.
I'll think about it.
You're not gonna have your gun.
No, but I'm gonna have a fist.
Quinta spits on the ground and she says, Of course, Elvish royalty has to back me up and my people during this fucking shit show meeting." And she stands up, like, drags a bedroll to the corner and, like, plops down. She makes a constitution saving throw.
Oh, no.
Where did that go? Went right off the desk. What is it? Oh, she doesn't throw up. She doesn't throw up. Oh, wait, that's a 4, not a 14.
Oh no!
She, like, pukes in the corner, wraps herself in the blanket, and just plops down with her back to everyone.
Poor Keita. Well, Luce will quickly pour themselves a glass of wine and say, how easily is this particular person angered, do you think?
I don't necessarily think that he will be angered. I think that the feeling of relief, knowing that I am still alive, will be enough to keep him from causing a scene, because his goal once seeing me is going to be wanting to bring me home.
Can I ask why you left?
I left because of a lot of the distress that was going on, and I felt like the only way that I was going to be able to find answers was by going out into the real world and figuring things out from the outside, from what everyone else had to say, from what everyone else had to know. And there's still a lot of things that I don't know. And I don't know how to handle. And I kind of look at Luce with like this look in my eye, just like letting them know about the fact that I will be taking the throne soon. And I cannot be... And it's not the fact that how it's being run is not good right now. It's the fact that I need to be able to fix it. Or help fix it. And that's the biggest reason why I left. And I left with the facade of a bard, but I was actually learning other things to try and help with the situation before I left, because being elven nobility, I had access to all of the knowledge that I could possibly have. But it was elven knowledge, and I needed different knowledge. And I don't know if I have enough. And I guess if the councilman taking me home and seeing if it's enough will keep us from having a bloodbath in the middle of the city, then so be it. But like I said, I don't think I don't think anything of that drastic nature will happen because my safety will be of his utmost concern.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say I also know who this high elf is. And I'm
That
gonna say
is
that,
why
like,
I said let me.
and I'm gonna say, and then I'm gonna tell you of how I know of this high elf. I'm gonna do like a hyphen thing with high elf, like sarcastically.
Oh shit.
So, taking you back to how I, and then I'm gonna hold up my other hand and show you this other ring with elven writing on it, and I'll say this was given to me by the elf queen. And I'll say what happened was an elven camp was attacked by dwarves. And I went, obviously I heard all the commotion because the forest is my domain too, being a ranger and all that. And I ended up saving this elf. And what I saved it from was a dwarf holding a gun. That particular gun is the one you see here, and I show everyone this gun.
Laith kind of cringes because she knows what's written on it.
And then I'll say, but the elf still died in front of me for reasons that I don't know, and I'm not gonna go into that.
Okay.
Either way, this elf, you can hear like these flags and like, I don't know if the elves would have trumpets or whatever, as they were coming into the camp to like say, oh, arrivals here, blah blah blah. And this high elf walks straight up to me, straight into my face, and goes, "What am I doing here, standing over an elfin body?" Me witnessing this elf just dying and shouted back at this elf saying, "I did you people a favor." And pointed at the dwarf that was disemboweled dwarf. And points to the gun saying, "Your kind gave me this gun to show like I helped out." And then the queen pulls us both from each other before obviously we came to blows. And she thanked me for this service, and she pulled me aside, and she asked me to try and help find her daughter, because for some reason she thought she knew me, or she could see something within me that would link to her daughter, and I'm guessing it might have been this ring. And I'm gonna peer at Laith and say, "This ring, huh?" And
Laith
then
just sits rigid, staring at you, hearing this whole story, because it is something that she hasn't heard before, because she was gone before you even got there.
And the queen asked me to help me find her daughter. And I said, "Oh, how long has she been gone?" And she gave me backstory, and she gave me this specific lullaby to sing that only her daughter would know. And surprise, surprise, who's the one who acted? Even though it wasn't Goblin.
Did you have a suspicion already? Is that why you sang it in the first place?
In a sense, I did, but I wasn't sure. It's not every day that you see a bar that just sits still in the back of a coach.
I guess you could say I'm not technically a bard.
Well, we know that now, princess. And then I'm also going on to say that this high elf obviously overheard everything he said and scolded at me while she was still speaking, until she turned around and told him to hush his tongue. And also gave me this ring as a token of gratitude, and I guess I'm not officially a part of the Queen's Guard, but I'm integrated in right now.
All of the color drains from Laith's face.
Can I ask Laith if there's any further meaning to that ring that she knows that Thalim might not?
It's a ring that's been passed down in the royal family since before even my mother could remember. It's one of the things that marks us. And if you look at Thalim's other hand, he has almost the same ring. The ring that I gave to his wife when I stayed in his tavern years ago. About 10 years after I ran away, I lost my partner because I ran away with my partner because I couldn't do it by myself. And he was captured and taken from me. And knowing the people of the Queen's Guard at the time, I know he was killed for not saying anything, for not knowing, for not giving my location. And Thalim's wife was like a mother to me. So I gifted her with my ring that I have, marking myself as part of the royal family. Mostly, one, to get rid of it, as much as it kind of... But it was still only 10 years after I left, and obviously time passes differently for elves than it does humans, and so 10 years is still short. And I know that they're still out there looking for me, obviously.
I'm gonna butt in and say, I'm gonna give you some backstory, but this is like angrily of what I'm saying. Say, the reason why I wear this ring, and this is a more angered tone, is because the day that my wife received this particular ring, she died the night. She died to some kind of monstrosity that I blame this ring, this godforsaken ring on, with elven writing on it, which now that I know that you gave her. And now all of a sudden I'm thrown into these elven politics and domestics and all this. And I don't want to be a part of it. I was a simple innkeeper. And now look where I am. And I'm just gonna, like, hit a barrel or something to my right. So I should probably do a roll to see if I break my hand or something.
You can do a Constitution save.
Hey, my hand might just go right through it. Who knows?
Who knows?
It is a 17.
You're fine. Nice solid punch. Big, deep boom echoes throughout the cellar. You can hear even the sloshing of the wine within the barrel. You were able to hit it so hard. Bowie kind of sees you do that and goes, ah! And then, like, kind of hits another smaller barrel.
Oh, little Bowie.
Little Bowie.
Lace's expression kind of softens.
Oh.
And
Thalim's kind of a mess right now. So I wouldn't try speaking into him because he's greeted with visions from his past.
I'm just talking. And
No, I'm
she
just saying
says-
what's going on with Thalim right now.
And she kind of looks down at the chess set that she has, and a vivid memory of Thalim's wife comes into her head of them playing chess for hours. About a week into Laith's stay at the end. She stayed for a couple of months. And she remembers how she felt. My cat is screaming right now. Sad.
Damn, this drama really get into the cat, huh?
Meow.
Oh my god, that poor cat. It's the tabaxi.
She's back and she's
And-
pissed.
And you see a tear kind of come falling down Lay's face and onto the chessboard. And she says just out in the open that when the elven royalty finds someone that they deem worthy of their trust, they're allowed to gift them their ring, because we can make them. The ring my mother had wasn't the first one, and it won't be the last, same as mine. And your wife made me feel like I was in my mother's presence.
Thalim is reeling.
Oh no.
Because of what I said. And then he'll say horns, blood, screeching. And you'll just hear him mutter these things. He's just going blood, screeching, horns, glass,
Okay.
broken.
Can I do a history check?
Yeah. What are you checking?
The creature.
Okay. Were you there when it happened?
No, I had left the day that I gave the ring, but just like by like the vague description, and since I was a historian essentially when I was studying, I've probably come across it in books.
And I'll say the piercing screeching. They give you more of a description.
Oh, what is my history? What is my history? +6, 25.
Pog.
25.
Ooh, let's
So you don't have a description of it exactly, but you have read accounts of several cultures who have talked of this creature. Towns from the south of the Nomog Forest, in the Nomog Forest, in the Moradun Mountains in the east, there is an area to like the southeast of Tresdell that have all reported similar descriptions to what Thalim has said of this creature. None of them ever got a very clear sight of it, so there's not a clear description. There's just the fragmented pieces that Thalim describes, but there are multiple accounts, over a section of this continent where this creature hunts.
Laith just kind of looks up in horror and remembers where Thalim's tavern was and realizes that these creatures are moving. They're no longer staying where they typically are.
Say this was a good 7-8 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
Thalim's 30 and he was owner of a town with 21, so now 9 years.
Okay.
Laith just kind of looks up in horror in the fact that she realizes that these creatures are no longer staying where they used to be. Because in all of the books and all of the accounts that she has read, they've been in one place, but remembering where Thalim's tavern was. They're moving.
Thalim knows just got his hands in his head, go ahead and kill it. Gotta kill it.
You have accounts of patterns in this motion, so even though it doesn't stay in the same spot, you have enough of a timeline. Being an elf, you have a lot of history and a lot of data over the years. You have a vague idea of its pattern and its hunting area.
I'm gonna DM you something.
Okay.
If I can find you.
Thalim has tears dripping down him too. And it's all just on his hands, dripping off the rings, etc. Thalim is going through it. This is traumatic.
Thalim's truly going through it.
If there was a sanity check, I should fucking roll it.
Is there?
There is. You can run a sanity check.
Hog. Let's do it.
You're doing a sanity check?
I forget.
Yeah.
Hold on. What's
Is it
most people
intelligence?
Most people do yeah, they'll do intelligence check, I think.
Okay.
Of whether to be able to like get the character to be able to talk out of.
Everybody drink.
So,
Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Is it a 1 or a 20?
It's a nat 20.
Ooh.
Everyone drink.
So you breathe deeply, and your hand finds the metal of the rings, and as you rub them, you're able to ground yourself, and you exhale, and you find yourself being brought back into the present, and you blink a few times, and you realize you are in a cellar in Tresdell, among friends, ? But you are here back in the moment.
Question mark?
I sent you another message.
Ooh.
And Thalim's just gonna like go into his own little ball, I guess. He's just gonna lay down. He's been through a bit.
he's been through it.
I'm just gonna mutter fucking elves again really quick. Hey, I think you do it at this point, I'm just saying.
I mean, fair, honestly.
So I look up in horror at the party.
Also, Ryan, I sent you a DM. That's
Oh, okay. I have
Sorry.
DMs.
I look up in horror at the party. And I look over to Quinta and like her sleeping body. And I just say with like no detectable emotion in my voice. It's coming to the forest that we were in. It has a pattern and it's reached its pattern, and it's coming. It won't come to Tresdell because of the lack of trees, and it can't get into the forest of Orlithir. But the goblin camps are at risk. Quinta's people are at risk.
Everyone's
this
typing.
monster. Does Thalim hear me say that?
Did you?
He's kind of turned over right now. He's trying to blank everyone out because of what just happened to him. But I guess he
So
could.
he's kind of listening, but like half listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say Thalim, like, turns over very, like, I don't know what the word to describe it would be, and I'll say, what's coming?
Monster that killed your wife. It will be in the forest soon. And it will attack the goblin and the kobolds. It doesn't feed very often, but its pattern is consistent.
Luce would like to add that they have a vague understanding or of like several ideas of what it might be because of like things that have been like monster parts and blood that have been like bought and sold in certain areas that have operation in the city of Tresdell.
With more information, you think you would be able to narrow it down.
Yeah.
The description is vague, but you're like
contacts.
Yes.
And or get more information on the monster.
Can I have a book like on my person that has like a general description of the monster?
The general accounts would be exactly what Thalim mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the most anyone's ever gotten.
And at this point, Laith is kind of like tunnel visioning on this creature because of the instance that happens between, or knowing that is what killed Thalim's wife.
And I will then say,
she's freaked out because of the fact that these things do not hunt humans. They do not hunt humans unless they are desperate.
no, I'm gonna say, this is my burden. You do not get involved with this. This is mine and mine alone. I'm going to find this thing and I'm going to kill it. Whether that's on my own or with you guys, but you will not interfere.
I mean, fair. Luce kind of like takes a moment and says like, it's kind of strange that you mention this and everything. Monsters coming to areas that they're not supposed to, and we also just ran into some kind of weird magic that turns creatures into stone and has been like collecting certain types of things. Do you think they could be related at all?
Laith takes in a really shakily breath and looks back up at the party with her hands like in her hair, and she's obviously really distraught, and she goes, "We need to go to Orlithir."
So next stop after the council meeting? Maybe?
I guess it depends what happens at the council meeting.
True. That's kind of our next step, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Olathier definitely seems like a good option, but we do have to consider the fact that Quinta and her people are being ravaged by something who's also affected, a Triton and I think a Tabaxi? That was also stones in there?
Yeah.
Yes.
I will say
and a human as well.
And one
and
poor
a human as well.
Thalim did see this. This thing did stare at Thalim before I bolted out with what was left of his wife. Because
Does he mention that to the party?
He did when he was doing his rambling.
Okay.
And I
So
have to say,
it could definitely
glowy
be-
eyes, and yeah.
So it probably was related.
But I would
to
have
the
been turned to stone
creature.
because it did stay with me, and I
Hmm.
kind of like did a snarl before I left.
It could
So
be
either maybe because I've got a ring that's elven. Maybe that could do something with it. Who
True.
knows?
Those rings grant elven protection.
Well, that definitely probably helped.
Elven rings are of incredible make, and they have incredible powers. And because you were in possession of two. that
No,
is
this
why
was
you-
just the only one that I had at this time was yours, the one that you gave to my wife, because her body was
Oh, okay.
ravaged, and there
And-
was a couple of blood spots and the ring on the floor. And the only reason Thalim saw this thing was because he shakily picked up the ring that was covered in blood, obviously,
Okay.
and then looked through the ring and saw the creature.
So that's probably why he survived.
It might be.
Yes,
Yes.
Realistic, or
These
at least
rings
it's a
might have
possibility.
significance.
of course
Who
they have
knows?
significance. They're of elven make.
Who knows? Hey,
It definitely seems like it could be connected.
we got
just
me
saying.
and Ryan still have to discuss stuff about the rings.
3 rings for the elven kings under the sky.
7 for the dwarf. No, 9 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone. 7 for the
Seven.
mortal men. I
It's
used
like
to
Dude,
know.
and there was
They
9 for the
somehow
mortal
have
men
a
doomed to
memory.
die, and 1 for the Dark
yeah.
Lord on his dark throne. 1 ring to rule them
Yes,
all,
yes.
1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all into the darkest mind. Sorry.
I used
my
to have a shit
God.
memorized.
Quinta was rapping in
Oh.
her sleep, and then she turns back over and goes and falls asleep again.
So
That elven ring saved your life. And for you to be able to kill this monster, we need to go to Orlaithier first. There are things
just-
there is a laboratory there that I will have access to that I can use to make things that will help you defeat this monster.
Thalim's just gonna turn over and ignore it. And go to sleep.
okay. I think Luce would say, I think that we should focus on the council meeting tomorrow. But our next move being Orlaithia might be a solid decision, depending on how it goes tomorrow.
I have a high charisma, it's gonna be fine.
And Luce kind of like takes like a last gulp of wine and then also lays down to go to sleep.
Laith doesn't go to sleep right away. She plays chess with herself for a while.
Oh.
How much of the conversation did Chey hear?
She can hear all of it if she wants, but I'm worried.
I mean, Thalim was literally reeling. Just talking about horns, teeth, blood, claws.
He's not too hot. May is muted right now.
Oh.
So.
May.
They heard everything, and then they went to sleep.
Oh, I thought you guys were still talking.
They had deep conversation about Thalim's past and
No,
the
I
critter.
know.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Bowie needs to be tucked in.
Is Chey still awake or did she fall asleep?
What? You guys were talking!
Wait, what?
Did you listen? Did Chey hear? How much did Chey hear, or did Chey fall asleep?
All of it?
Okay.
Okay.
Laith just kind of casts a glance over at Chey with like almost a pleading look in her eyes.
And then I pulled out my gun.
No.
Oh my god.
Party kill.
Because she
I DM'd you as well, Brian.
Laith,
I DM'd
Laith is aware of the discontent
What?
that Chey had with the. My cat is screaming. With the with the tree roots, and with Chey's knowledge of me being so connected to the city of Orlithier, and Laith just kind of gives Chey a pleading look of, just trust me, please.
But she didn't say anything about the roots.
Oh, didn't everyone see, or how many people saw, when Laith touched the roots, they grew and pushed the door open? And
Everyone did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was a display of that connection from Laith
Mm-hmm.
in the Kobe dungeon.
Yeah.
And Chey was in the room before when that happened. And since because I rolled a nat 20 on that, I think.
Yes.
Oh, she wasn't in the
So,
room yet. She was with Bowie.
You were in the room, I thought.
No, she came in later with Bowie.
I don't remember. Well, Laith could have been like, yo, I got the tree to open the door at some point.
Oh, she saw
Yeah,
the door open
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, everyone saw the door was pushed open by roots, and there was roots holding it open. So we could assume Laith was like, I got the tree to do that, you're welcome.
You're
That's
welcome,
definitely-
guys.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's how she would say it.
Yeah.
Oh, Chey. Had some spicy juice.
Spicy.
The spicy juice.
Yeah, maybe
So
Shay's like,
Did she
Spicy
have more
juice.
spicy juice?
No.
Plain sallow.
What?
Did she have more of the spicy juice while we've been in the wine cellar? Oh my gosh.
just sitting a little tipsy from the few sips, trying to listen.
It was the first time that Chey had any
Yeah.
alcohol, right?
Yeah.
Besides
Yeah.
from some little tastes that can
The
be
Freya
really-
shots.
Yeah, the Freya shots.
I'll say, when I smelled it was really strong.
Oh boy, Sam, what did you
Oh
do?
no. Oh no.
I mean, I gave her bread. I hope she's gonna be okay.
Fine.
Oh my gosh.
Are you guys going to sleep?
Is it bedtime for all of the party?
No,
like I said, Laith stays up for quite a few hours afterwards.
Okay.
With
Luce just passes the fuck out.
Quinta is asleep. Everyone who drank, do a Constitution saving throw. See if you're hungover. Or Constitution.
I
save.
only had one drink.
Oh, you're
so-
fine then. You're
I'm
fine
fine,
if you did
okay.
one. Anyone who did more than
My
one drink.
I got a
Constitution
17,
sucks.
so
Oh, you're fine.
I'm fine.
I got a 19.
Let's go.
Thank you,
Quinta?
plus
You're
3.
fine. Quinta got a 16. She's like
Okay, cool.
a little tired, but otherwise fine.
I mean, she fell asleep
Should
pretty
Chey
early.
take
I
one?
feel like she could sleep it off.
Shay can do
She's
an at
fine.
advantage because she had a few sips. It's your first drink. Do a Constitution save with advantage. So roll twice to take the higher.
It was strong.
Constitution?
Yes.
Wait, where is it?
Mhm.
Constitution save.
Be funny if Chey just has hiccups.
19.
Okay, you're fine.
Oh, let's
You're
go.
fine. Baby's first drink. Totally okay.
Uh-oh.
Thriving.
She's like,
Um,
this alcohol is not that big of a deal.
So you guys wake up. As you open your eyes, you see a figure standing above you. And as your vision comes into focus, you see Sam standing with just a big
Aw,
pot of
Sam.
coffee. And he's like, I was waiting for you guys to wake up. Good morning.
Sam, how long have you been standing there?
Laith just kind of glares at him with this look of why are you a morning person?
He goes, I've only been waiting for 20 minutes. This coffee pot's really heavy. But if we go upstairs, I can pour you some coffee. And breakfast?
Thank you,
Luce just
Sam.
asked, what time is it?
It's 10ish o'clock. You guys kind of slept in the leave 2 hours till the
Okay.
meeting. Enough time for breakfast
Okay.
and a leisurely stroll over to the meeting house.
Sick.
Sick.
As we're walking up the stairs to go get breakfast, Laith has her lyre out. for the
Ooh.
first time.
What does it look like?
Well, I got it from the councilman that's gonna be at the thing.
Uh-oh.
He gifted it to
Awkward.
me.
Cute.
So it's a beautiful lyre. It's made of light colored wood
Mm.
that is stained ever so lightly. And as I'm tuning it, it already has some of the most beautiful sounds
Beautiful.
that you could probably hear, I guess, because he had it made special for me.
Oh. He knows y'all
Oh.
coming. So you guys, Sam leads you guys upstairs. You go up into the dining area. It's completely empty. Big Jim is like cleaning the counter. It's the night after, like, you know, a big party, the big summer festival. So most of the town is probably hungover or still asleep. Big Jim makes you guys some breakfast. It's like eggs, toast, sausage, nothing too fancy, simple breakfast. He greets you guys. Sam kind of hovers a bit, and then Jim kind of makes him go away and stop bothering you guys as you eat your food. Does anyone need a minute?
Sticky notes!
What?
No.
No.
Sorry, my cat just stole
Oh.
sticky notes off my desk.
I was like, you need notes? So yeah, you guys leave the tavern, you thank Jim and Sam. Sam is like, if you guys want to hang out later, I live here. So out you guys go. You walk down the main street. There's like one or two people out and about, like really tired, like groggy. There's still like streamers left or out on the stone.
TTV streamers?
Yeah, TTV streamers.
Okay.
Just all laying around.
Yeah.
You make your way towards the big walled area in the center of the city. You use the castle, you know, as a mark to walk in that direction. You get to the public gardens. You get to walk through them. There's trees and lots of flowers. It's a beautiful morning. It's a wonderful walk, even though most of you are very nervous and heavily weighed down with the thoughts of your tragic pasts and your potentially tragic futures going into this meeting. You make it to the meeting house where there's paladins standing on either side. Laith shows them the seal and they nod. One of the paladins is the red-headed paladin you recognize from the square, and he says, please, your weapons, and he indicates a box next to the meeting house door that he opens.
Hey Ryan, I sent you a really important DM.
Okay.
I'm assuming there's no way to like get out of not giving up our weapons.
The paladin looks at you and he's like, this is probably one of the safest places on the continent. And he's like,
Angela, stop taking my sticky notes. Sorry.
you should put them in here, like, just trust me. He like gives a little wink, like, there's so many paladins in there, you will be fine. There will be no violence on these grounds.
Can I like give him like puppy dog eyes and be like, can I at least keep my lyre, please, sir?
He looks at her and he's like, a lyre's not a weapon, so yes. The pointy things, the blunt boppity bop things, those go in.
Okay.
I have a quick like out of world question, if that's a term. Would my ogre dildo, since it is now a packed weapon,
Yes.
not be in my inventory technically anymore?
Correct. It could be waiting to be summoned. So it's...
Okay, so it's not like I don't have to like hand it over.
No, he does. It's not in this plane of existence,
Okay,
right? Because it's
sick,
something that
okay.
you get to materialize. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna give up my stuff. I'm gonna unload my gun first, though. I'll be like, well, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Quinta licks her axe and both daggers in a very aggressive display of dominance before putting them in the box. And she goes, you can't take these. And then she holds up her fists.
Luce hesitantly gives up their daggers and the crossbow that I apparently have in my backpack.
Yeah. Nice.
Laith also has dual daggers, but she almost forgets about them because
Yeah.
it's been a long time since she's had to use them. And the only reason that she knows is that the guard like points to her belt and she looks down like, oh, that's right, I have actual weapons. And she puts them in the box.
Once everyone's weapons are safely inside, the red-haired paladin takes you guys down a hallway. They lead down a hallway decorated with lots of sun-inspired furniture and tug open a set of double doors that reveal a room with a long table. All along the back of the room is a raised platform, and at even intervals there is a glyph drawn on the floor, and above each glyph is a flag, going from left to right, a flag and a glyph for the orcs, the kobolds, the tritons, the halflings, the elves, the dwarves, and the goblins. The glyphs for the dwarves and goblins looked dull, as if they hadn't been used in a long while. At the head of the table is Lady Harapel. To the right is the Asmar, and around the table is a halfling, a triton, a kobold, an elf, and an orc. The elf immediately looks at your party. His eyes hover over each of you as you walk in, but his expression does not change. Did someone say they DM me? Okay.
I'm just gonna...
Can I like... Hold on, I'm gonna DM you something.
I'm just gonna say that before Luce came in, they put their hood up over their head, just nonchalantly.
Can I say the same as well?
Yeah, everyone just puts their hoods up.
Like, don't pay attention.
We're all very scared. So Ryan, I do the thing that I DM'd you.
Okay, you do that, and Cyrodiil just a stone cold stare and very slightly just shakes his head. Barely any emotion comes from him.
Wow.
Sorry, DMs.
Take your
Just
time.
DM things. Moments of silence.
So as you guys come in, Harapel says, "Please, Lady Quinta, take this seat as representative for the goblins. Your witnesses can sit along the wall. I apologize, we do not have enough seats at the table. Once everyone is situated, we can begin the meeting." Quinta walks over to her chair. She kind of looks at it. It is not meant for someone of her height, so she has to like hop up into it. And she kind of mumbles to herself, like, "They never think about us, do they? Nope, not once."
Me and Cyrodiil are having a death stare at each other really quick.
You
He's
glare.
noticed me.
You glare at him. He notices you, and instead of returning your glare, he just looks back down at his notes and starts organizing himself for the meeting, seemingly unfazed. This guy is a wall of ice.
Fuck mother, pussy and goblin.
So you guys all take your seats along the wall, and Harapel begins to speak. And she says, "For those of you who are new, the council proposes their concerns and topics ahead of time. We then go through them in order and vote on any action that needs to be taken. We expect to keep order in this room.
Can we pause for like 2 seconds? My cat is like... She's like desperate right now.
Harapel says, "Excuse me, paladins, can you get the cat that's wandered in? Can you get that out of here?
Attend
Thank
to your
you.
pussy, please?
Thank you. Please attend to your
What?
pussy. I'm the Soul Centurion. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. She's just trying to get me to feed them early, and they don't get fed until 11. So
It's fine. It's now canonical
Wow,
that
sweet.
there's stray cats in Tresdell that just find their way into the
Wander
council
in.
meeting. Yeah.
Perfect.
It's like a cute cat with like a patch on its chest and the symbol of Pelor. It's like a blessed cat that they keep around, but it still makes noise, and Harapel's like, "It needs to go. I know it's like a holy blessed cat. It needs to go." And Haripel says, when one person speaks at a time, everyone gets to add their piece on a topic before a vote is held. To my right is Ivara, head cleric of the Church of Pelor and my advisor. Going around the table, we have Shelrin of the Triton City Petri, Mayor Lotho of the Halfling Hills of Bromhead, Lorgra of the Orc Camps, Cyrodiil of the Elven City within Orlaithir, Cred of the Kobold tribes, and everyone, welcome Lady Quinta to the Kurgor Goblin tribe. There is, like, Lorgra, like, claps, and, like, that's it. And everyone
We all
else is
clap?
just... Yeah, you guys can clap.
We all clap for Quinta?
Yeah, everyone claps.
Clap for Quinta!
So, Haripel, like, kind of looks at you guys and isn't sure what to think. Ivara, they just do, like, a quick little, like, do you clap, like, entertain, like, yes, a little clap.
Oh.
Haripel begins by saying, I would like to quickly report that the summer festival was a huge success. Despite reports of dangerous road conditions, we had no issues during the event. Budget report will be completed by the next meeting, and many of the funds raised will be used to expand the schoolhouse, which we need because we've been having higher and higher enrollment, which is a good thing.
I did give him 3 gold. Fuck.
And she says, our next shipment of ore and stone is set to arrive in a week's time from Moradun. She says, our first order of business is from Lady Shelrin. Lady Shelrin, you have the floor. The bored-looking Triton woman in blue and green robes begins to speak. She says, yes, so we've checked on the current fish populations. It looks like we've overfished a bit, so I provided a new map for the next few weeks of fishing. No more salmon, unfortunately. You're going to have to switch to herring at these locations until I update you further. Haripel says, thank you, Shelrin. We will forward this information to our fishermen and make sure we are fishing appropriately. Shelrin immediately, like, mentally checks out and starts, like, doodling on her paper. Haripel turns to Mayor Lotho and she says, you are up next. He is a chubby halfling with a nice thick mustache. And he reports our crops are doing well. Although it was hot this summer, we have enough water to keep them healthy. We anticipate being able to meet 100% of Tresdell's food request. I do wish to ask, since we are doing such a nice job on the food order, if we could request an increase in guards for our border patrol. Lorgra suddenly cuts him off, and she says, insane. You increase guards to fight my people who are starving, yet we are the ones truly protecting you from the monsters from the north. Insane. How about instead of giving your resources to Tresdell in exchange for them protecting you from us, you give us some food so we can continue protecting you like we've always done. Haripel bangs on the table quickly. Order! Order. Your border patrol numbers should be plenty enough, she says to the mayor. Also, if the orcs are once again trespassing, we can deal with that. And she shoots Lorgra an angry look. Also, if you're done with the farming report, we can move on to the next order of business, which is the orcs asking for land. She turns back to Lorgra. You may now speak. Lorgra says, yes, let's address that now. She glares at Lotho. Trespassing. We have no choice. After our people were forced onto a tiny piece of infertile land, we have no choice but to expand outward to try to get land that is able to grow food. We defend all of you against whatever comes from the north, and we have to do it with no access to ore for quality weapons. Our soldiers are malnourished, lack supplies, lack weapons, and still we hold the border. And then Haripel turns to her and just simply says, so what is it that you want? Lorgra says, we want either some land in either the elven forest for hunting or from the halflings for farming. We want to be able to buy ore and metals from the dwarves for weapons, but by the time the shipment is distributed in Tresdell from the dwarves, there's none left for us to buy. Because it seems like Tresdell is much too happy keeping us unarmed and hungry. And Haripel responds, unfortunately, you are still bound by the agreements from after the orcs were defeated in the war that your kind started. Providing arms to your people could start a panic. It's something we will have to work up towards, I hope you understand. Would either the halflings or elves be comfortable with this proposal? We cannot ask for any more from the dwarves. Our relationship with them is already tense as is. Lotho says, I will consider giving away a small piece of farmland if Tresdell will provide more soldiers to our borders and pay us handsomely for such a nice, fertile piece of land. Haripel sighs, says it would not be a possibility until we draw up a new budget for next year. So we will have to table that for now. Cyrodiil? Cyrodiil, with barely any emotion in his voice, says, "We cannot have orcs hunting in our forests. Unfortunately, their blood, their very nature, will disrupt the magic of our forest. We are doing our best to grow the forest between the orc and halfling lands to provide the halflings with the protection they so badly crave. But we cannot let the orcs into the forest. I am sorry." And then Lorga slams her fist on the table. "Then why grow it? You are encroaching on what little land we..." And Cyrodiil just says, "Motion to close the topic." Cred raises his hand and says, "Seconded." Everyone except Lorgra and Quinta raise their hands for yes. Lorgra snarls and leans back in her chair, crossing her arms. Harapel then turns to Quinta, nods, and says, "Quinta, you have the floor." And she gives a quick introduction. Quinta has a report, everyone. She has brought witnesses, and that the council should all hear. We might have some pact violations that need to be addressed. And she takes a look at Cred. Quinta, you have the floor. Quinta shifts herself in her chair. She looks Harapil dead in the eye and she says, "I was just rescued from slavery by these..." She looks at the party with you all have ridiculous hoods up, and she says, "Travelers over there.
Hey.
And the people who had me enslaved were Kobold." Now Cred sits up in his chair and says, "Hold on there. Your people have been encroaching on our land for years. We have the right to expel anyone on our land." And Harapel snaps at Cred and says, "Quinta still has the floor."
Huh.
Quinta gives dagger eyes at Cred and continues. "Smaller goblin villages have been raided. The inhabitants either slaughtered or taken as captives by the kobolds. Then they are put to work in abandoned dwarven mines to dig and forced to rob people who are using the road. My witnesses can all attest to this." She gestures to you guys and says, "Witnesses attest to this."
Hi.
Hey.
I'll do the talking, I guess.
I mean, that is what you requested.
I mean, I'm still staring at Cyrodiil, so...
That's what I requested if we had to talk to Cyrodiil. But...
Harapel nods again and says, "All right, please report the things you saw."
Nah, I'll speak, it's okay. I'll pull my hood down, and I'll openly say, yes. So, what happened with us was, our cart got attacked by said kobolds. Well, they were attacked by goblins, who were ordered by kobolds, who then kidnapped our cart driver, and led us to this dungeon where you guys also have ogres.
Outpost.
What?
It was a dwarven outpost.
Will you let me finish?
Quinta puts her head in her hands.
I'm trying to explain something here. These kobolds then were stationed in a dwarven outpost, where we had to then humanely deal with kobolds. I'm just looking at...
Laith stifles a chuckle, and she's dead terrified at his statement.
I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at Luce and smirk a little because you know what we did.
The entire council is
Luce
just
kinda,
staring at you guys,
And then I
perplexed.
will follow on to say that we found a cage full of goblins and Quinta.
Quinta nods and says, "Yes, I was in the cage. I was caged."
And we were led then to a throne room where a general kobold, who took too many shots.
Harapel's eyes narrow at this mention, and she says, "Part of the agreement of allowing the kobolds into the alliance is that they must report any dragonrot kobold that are born. It sounds like if the kobolds are acting organized and more powerful, and according to this report, there is dragonrot kobolds that are not being reported. Cred."
And I will also say, wait a second, there's one other thing I need to mention. And I'm gonna look at Cyrodiil as I say this. The kobolds were wearing elven gear.
Ooh.
Laith gives Cyrodiil a very cold stare.
And
Can
I'm also gonna say, can you explain that, Cyrodiil?
Can I ask a question like outside
Mhm.
of the thing? Should we mention the stone statues as well?
Yeah,
the
I'll get to
council?
it. I'll get to it
Okay,
eventually.
okay.
Don't forget to mention the orcs too, because that was also painful.
So,
Orcs.
ogres?
Oh, about the forest stuff?
Not the forest stuff, but like the fact that they had an ogre in a fucking cage.
True.
So Cyrodiil inspects his fingernails and says, "Well, it sounds like the goblins and kobolds are infighting, as they always do. I don't think it would be a good use of our resources to do an investigation, especially one that might upset the kobolds. They have been cooperative with us for years, unlike the goblins who still have trouble keeping their people under control. Also, the elven armor that you speak of, have you brought any with you?"
Is Thalim standing? Are you
Yes.
standing? I stand up and take my hood off.
Cyrodiil looks at you and does not react.
I'm gonna say, Bowie has a piece of cloth that he managed to rip from the general.
Bowie,
And you
hearing
can-
his
And,
cue,
open my cloak.
holds the
Little
cloth
child.
holds
And
the
you
cloth
can
up.
you can make it a very, very small, but it's a little elven letter. And I'll say, explain this.
And
Tell
Laith at the same time has stood up and says, I studied within the walls of Orlaithir for 100 years. I know this armor like the back of my hand.
And Cyrodiil says, "And what is your title then?" And he smirks.
And I'm gonna openly say this. I think we both know what the title is.
And so I stand up and I say, I'm Orlaith, princess of Orlaithir.
Cyrodiil nods and he says, "Interesting that you shirk your own responsibilities to your people for 50 years and suddenly decide to get involved in politics in another city." And he
They don't
stares
give a
you
smirk.
down.
Laith just laughs.
Thalim's also gonna smirk and then stay back at Cyrodiil and go in. A human did something an ambassador elf couldn't do in 50 years.
Cyrodiil clears his throat and says, "I have a proposition to solve these problems all at once. The elven forest has been strong enough to spread over the past few hundred years. It has provided a protective wall for some of the halflings. We have graciously allowed it to grow in the once infertile land of the goblins and kobolds. And if the council will allow it, we can grow it out further, providing food and shelter for those pure enough to reap the benefits of its magic." And Cred pipes up and says, "The forest has provided the kobolds with plenty of food and shelter, something we have not had for years."
So,
And Harapel slams her fist on the table and says, "We're getting off topic here. Quinta has brought us to attention that there is something going on with the kobolds we need to discuss as a council if it warrants an investigation."
can I address Logra as well really quick?
Yeah.
And I'll say Logra, and then followed by the kobolds who are also keeping ogres as prisoners, malnourished, chained up, barely clothed, and given them mystery meat to eat every now and then, very small portions.
Lorger raises an eyebrow and says, "I'm not sure why you're directing this at me, but I do think that the kobolds aren't intelligent enough or strong enough to be able to get an ogre on their side on their own. I am suspicious." And she glances at Cred.
And then I will say an ogre did charge at us, but not with, like, not being by being told to, as in an instinct, kind of, just to try and escape, in a sense. But it was also mixed with rage, pure rage.
Cyrodiil speaks once again and says, "All we have is your word and this piece of cloth. Can you bring it here? Can I inspect it?"
I'm not gonna give it to you, and I'm gonna hand it to Harapel instead.
Harapel reaches out, takes the cloth, examines it quickly, and then hands it to Ivara. They take the cloth, look at it in their hands, and they say, I can test it, but it will take a few days to see if it truly is of elven make. And Harapel nods and says, you may do that. The rest of the party turns back to the witnesses. Is there anything else you'd wish to say?
I look at Cyrodiil and I ask, what is your proposal?
My proposal, he says, smiling, first time he's smiled so far, is to expand the elven forest. As I said before, it will solve all of the problems. It provides protection for those who deserve it, food for those who deserve it. It can draw up borders. It can end the fighting between the goblins and the kobolds. I think that Soul Centurion Harapel should reconsider the agreement and let us expand further.
I'm gonna snap a Cyrodiil here and say, and what about when the dwarves invade again?
He shrugs and says, we won that war, we win it again. The dwarves want nothing to do with us. They've moved east. The forest has grown over the land that they once had. I'm not concerned about them.
And then I'll follow up by saying you care that little for your own people, huh?
Harapel slams her fist on the table again, and she looks at Quinta and she says, Quinta, what is it that you are requesting of us? You need enough evidence to prove to us that there is something worth investigating here.
Can we like bring one of the council members like to the outpost?
Yeah, so
we can show them the statues.
Luce mentions the statues, and
Yeah,
Harapel glances at Ivara, and they share a troubled look. Everyone do an insight check.
Can I say, like, when they share that look,
Mm-hmm.
can I say, realize those monsters? Do you?
Harapel looks at you.
Who's got a 12 at insight?
What
12.
is insight? What the fuck
A
is insight?
14.
I got 12.
I got a 22.
Okay, so with
I accidentally closed roll 20.
so the highest person. So you're looking around the room. You're being very. You look at every council member. You can tell Harapel is on the fence. Lotho is not sure what to think currently. Lorgra is on your side. Cyrodiil is not on your side.
Surprise.
Cred is definitely not on your side. Shelrin is undecided and is not paying much attention. Ivara can't vote, just so you know. And Quinta obviously is on your side. Would either of you like to make a specific proposal to any of the people who are undecided or who seem against you?
I would like to, against Cyrodiil.
All right. What would you say to them?
Cyrodiil, you know how much I know. You know how intelligent I am. And you know that I wouldn't say these things out of spite. Just come and see.
He sighs and he says, I'm a very busy person. Roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion?
Yeah.
Everyone take a drink. Nat 20, and with my persuasion, it would be a 26.
I hate it here.
Oh god. So he stands up and he says, if I go and I find nothing, what will you say?
And I was wrong. And you take me back home.
All right.
I
He
object.
stands up. He moves a few paces away from the table. He looks at Harapel and says, may I? And she nods and says, if you must. And he begins to draw with his finger glyphs around himself. They begin to glow, and then he asks Laith again, Where is the location of this place?
To the east.
To the east. Little more specific, he smiles.
West.
To the west. You were right. You were right with the east.
Can I? Oh, I was right with the east. Okay.
Yeah.
To the east.
You said dwarven outpost to the east.
Yes.
He said,
The
"All
first
right," and he suddenly vanishes. It's silent for a few seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and then suddenly he pops back. And he says, "Well, it seems either they've left, cleaned up rather well, or you're lying." "You were there, though," he says, and he produces a pamphlet on gnome mental health. He said, "Looks like you busted up quite a few carts," and he sits back down at the table. Harapel shakes her head. Whatever happened, they either cleaned it out.
Is there some kind of roll we can do? Yeah.
You can see if he's lying. You can do an insight check
I
against
see if
him.
he's lying.
Do an insight
Should
check.
all of us do that, or just them?
I'd say just Laith. Laith is working on Cyrodiil.
Okay.
Yeah, Laith
Okay.
is doing it.
Can I just go pee real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to pee too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Quick pee break.
22.
22. He is not lying. He did not see anything there. But with a 22, there's something... There's like a shadow behind his eyes. He's up to some shit. But you can tell he's honestly saying that there was nothing in that outpost anymore. It has been cleaned out.
Is this pissed?
He knows. He can tell. He can insight you too.
He also raised me for 100 fucking years. Of course he's gonna know what this.
Mm-hmm. He is cold stone. He is not likely to budge on this.
What else did you see, Cyrodiil?
He says, "I saw a lot of dildos. I walked through. There was a throne room, disheveled, blood. It's like there had been fighting, but once again, I'm assuming this is once again nothing more than the goblins and kobolds fighting each other, which
The
they
room
do."
before the throne room.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice any misplaced sections of the stone where something would have stood for a long period of time?
He says, "Yes. It looks like there was 3 spaces where statues once stood are no longer there. Anyone could have taken them. I mean, the door was left open. Even dwarven architecture, if left to the elements long enough, will crumble and fall apart, as all things do. Thieves..."
How was one of the doors left open, Cyrodiil?
"Because you opened it, right? You went into this place. You went poking around in places you weren't supposed to."
You know exactly which door I'm talking about, Cyrodiil.
And he nods and says, "Yes, I was just there to verify that there's nothing left behind. So once again, there is no proof, and I do not think we need an investigation into this further."
Would you care to tell them about the tree?
The trees of Orlaithir that grew as they should and overtook the mountain because they were more powerful. Yes, those were there. And they will continue to be there. And they will continue to grow.
Come on, Cyrodiil. I know you're keeping it a secret.
He shrugs his shoulders and he says, "All I want is for this land to be full of life. I'm very busy, so are we going to wrap this meeting up? Do we need to go for a vote?" Harapel looks at Quinta and she looks back at you guys and she shrugs and she's like, should we go for a vote?"
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm
Welcome
back.
back.
as well.
Would anyone like to try to sway someone else?
I would.
Who would you like to sway?
I would like to sway Purple.
Sure. What do you say to her?
I thought I was gonna have to roll persuasion.
Well, say it and then roll. See how effective it is.
Within this dwarven outpost, there is an Orleithier tree root. That root reacted to me to open, to let us go inside. And I believe with the look that you and Navara shared, you know exactly what monster we are talking about when we mean when we speak of these statues. And I would like you to go and see these spaces that Cyrodiil saw for himself. Spaces that only statues could make.
Roll for persuasion.
I'm gonna mention to Celladorne as well that one of those statues were of her people. Sitting in a kobold occupied outpost.
What's 18 plus 6?
High.
Hi.
So
24.
18 plus 6.
yeah.
24.
So Harapel says, "You know what? Fine. It's good to have two people check it out anyway." And she stands up and she says, "May I?" to herself, and then says, "Yes," as like a little joke. And she also begins to draw some glyphs around her, and she quickly pops out of existence. A few seconds pass. She pops back, and she says, "Well, Cyrodiil is telling the truth. Everything has been cleared out." And Cyrodiil like starts to smile, and then she says, "But I detected good and evil. Something was there. A lot of things were there. And I think when it comes to magic that we aren't completely sure about, and the potential for pacts being broken," she looks at Cred, "I think it might be worth our resources to have this investigated. My vote will be yes. Investigate."
Laith just gives a sly smirk at Cyrodiil. Like, get fucked, bitch.
Holy shit. Can
He's
I
dealt
ask?
with me for 100 years. He knows my attitude.
One of his hair, like one of the like hair pieces by his ear, like moves a little bit as if like his ear had twitched, but beyond that, you don't notice him react.
Can I ask a question
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of like separate?
Yeah.
Like not out loud as Luce.
Mhm.
Is the like stuff that Thalim looted relevant or could be provided as proof in any
You guys took a dwarven crown.
Yes.
That would not
it would
prove
not
that.
constitute as like any kind of proof or
No, you
anything.
guys could have
Okay.
just found it in there.
Yeah.
Can I
Bit-
ask
Mhm.
Cred though, where did this general get these certain gems?
Did you want to try to persuade Shelrin first, and then talk to Crud?
Yeah.
Okay. So you say to Shelrin that you found one of
Your
her
people
people
are
frozen
involved.
in stone. At the mention of her people and addressing her directly, her eyes snap up and she's suddenly present at the meeting again. She's used to only just chatting about fishing populations, so she's suddenly very intrigued. And she says, "One of my people?"
One of your people.
And you can see her...
Was there an orc too?
What was that?
Was there an orc statue too?
Tabaxi.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's no Tabaxi council person. They're doing their own thing in the
human
city.
And
Triton.
Triton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I looked at the
she...
Triton one.
Yeah.
Just
Yes,
remember
you did.
that.
So she tries to think if anyone was reported missing, but she has a whole kingdom, so she's not totally sure. But still, roll a persuasion for Shelrin.
Bitch. I gotta find it. Where is it at? Help. Persuasion. Oh, you bitch, 19.
19.
Ooh.
So she looks at Harapel, and she looks at Cyrodiil, but then looks away because she gets a little frightened, and she says, "Well, if this might involve the safety of my people, it certainly could not hurt to take a little time and resources just to check it out. I would vote yes. Investigate." And then she goes back to doodling.
Be like, Logra, if you say yes, I'll buy you a beer. Imagine.
She looks at you and she goes, "I already said yes. I hate these people."
Poor Logra.
But is that a no to the dream?
She said, "I will also take a drink."
We have
Pog.
Harabel, Logra, and
Shalren have all said that they will vote yes to investigate.
So, and Cred is obviously not going to. Cyrodiil is obviously not going to. Evera doesn't have a vote, so it's just Lotho that we need to get on our side.
Who wants to try him?
I can.
This
Alright.
Lotho and Sam related anyway. Please, for the love of God.
Lotho and Sam?
Yeah.
Sam's a half elf, not a halfling.
Fuck.
Sorry.
I look to Lotho with a dashing smile.
His mustache twitches. Says yes.
The only way to resolve these issues, good sir, is to investigate them. And obviously, as I have said, I am the Princess of Orlaithir, and even though Cyrodiil said that I have shirked my duties, he knows full well why I left the city of Orlaithir. An investigation would be very important for all of the people, because these monsters that I speak of have a pattern, and their pattern is threatening the kobolds and the goblins. And if you want to have peace, we have to find them and we have to kill them, or else these meetings are going to continue to be the same. You don't want your people threatened, do you?
Cyrodiil stares at Lotho. You make a persuasion check for Lotho against Cyrodiil's intimidation.
Oh,
Yeah, I dropped my dice.
oh,
Fuck, where'd it go?
Oh god!
uh-oh,
What is it?
I
uh-oh.
don't know. It like fell. And I didn't hear it fall.
It's just, it vanished.
Oh,
Cyrodiil
damn it.
disappeared it.
Cyrodiil be
It landed on
you."
my carpet. He doesn't scare me, the bitch. Everyone take another drink.
Oh god,
Oh,
oh god.
But it's a good
Those
drink.
dice are bullshit.
It's a nat 20.
So your words of encouragement break through to Lotho, and he looks nervously at Cyrodiil, and he seems to think long and hard about his decision, and he just says, "Look, it couldn't hurt to investigate. If something happens, like, it's just I will vote yes to investigation. I'll vote yes to investigation." And he immediately looks down and avoids Cyrodiil's gaze. Quinta is busy, like, counting on her fingers and, like, looking at the council, and then goes, motion to vote for investigation. Motion to vote. And Lorgra seconds the motion. And Harapel, Lorgra, Shalren, and
We're getting a
Lotho
drink.
all vote yes, as well as
Okay.
Quinta. And then
Pog.
Cyrodiil and Cred raise their hands for no. So, Harapel says, the council has voted to investigate the kobolds' camps to check for dragonroot kobolds and a breach of the alliance agreement. Quinta, goblin representative, and I can read what I wrote. Quinta, goblin representative, and your witnesses, I am appointing you to the task of investigating the kobold lands for any signs of dragonroot kobolds. I will provide 500 gold, a cart, horses, rations for 2 days, and 1 paladin of Pelor to escort you and serve as a witness for the council.
Paladin.
You will leave tomorrow morning. If anyone else has no items for open floor, the meeting is adjourned. She looks around. Everyone's pretty quiet. She says, all right. The meeting is over. Thank you for your time. And everyone begins to stand up. Shelrain.
Ryan, I'm gonna send you a message
Okay.
really quick.
I just want to say, second time something hasn't worked in your favor, huh, Cyrodiil? Pussy.
Oh, don't worry. He's going to walk over to you guys in a sec.
Uh-oh. Luce just kind of like tries to hide behind everybody else.
I'm gonna get the headbutt ready real quick. Hold on.
Oh no.
Don't you fucking dare.
We don't like each other. You know that.
I know you don't. And I said let me talk to him.
You can talk. I'll just headbutt him. That's not talking. Just a little snap nose, you know?
Little headbutt. For the vibes.
Hey Frank, you wanna come for a drink with me and Laura? Thoughts?
Sure. Yeah.
So as the meeting adjourns, Shelrun immediately pops up and scurries over to her glyph. She's like done with the shit. She hops in and she pops out of existence back to her city. Everyone else kind of begins filing out of the room. Cyrodiil immediately walks over to your group.
Uh-oh.
How are you guys, like, who's in front? Who sees him first?
Me, please.
I'll accept that. Luce is kind of trying to be as...
So he walks right up to Laith. I think that makes sense. You probably want to talk to Laith first. He looks at you. For a moment, his eyes kind of give way to a little bit of softness and almost regret. But his face immediately hardens once more, and he says, Princess.
Gives a slight smirk at that.
Princess, does your mother know
Yes.
you're here?
She knows my general whereabouts. I contacted her through the tree.
Well, can't say I'm not pleased to see you actually participating in politics. That's probably a big step for you.
I know that you're just more happy to see me alive.
Yes, it's good to know that you're still living. It was a pleasure having you in our meeting. Hoping everything gets resolved so you can be on your way back to your rightful place. Hope this goblin didn't inconvenience you too much.
Of course not.
But I wish to advise you and your allies not to meddle with things you don't understand.
You know my understanding for this world is greater than you can even fathom. You're the one that taught me.
He smiles and he says, well, hopefully my teachings do not fail you then.
I'm just gonna say you're still here.
Thalim.
He turns to Thalim. He looks at you. His eyes kind of bounce around to your hands, your clothing. He senses the rings more than he sees them.
Mm-hmm.
And he frowns.
Can I do a persuasion on him, like after the whole like Thalim thing is?
Sure, once he's addressed all you guys. So he senses the elven rings, the energy within them, and he says, oh, it's you.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, 50 years, and I found her within a couple of weeks.
He smiles, and he said, well, maybe I knew where she was the entire time.
I'm saying you keep that information from your queen? Not a very good ambassador, huh?
And he looks at Laith, and he says, once again, he says, there's a lot of things that you don't understand. And he turns to Luce.
Oh.
Make a deception check.
Oh.
Can I be like standing like partially in front of Luce because I felt like they're in comfort this entire time?
Sure.
Pog. Even though I'm only 5'3".
Yep. This man's going to do an Arcana check.
I got a 13.
He looks at you and says, you're pretty far south for a tiefling. So wonderful that your party is accepting of someone so different. Anyway.
Laith kind of looks back at Luce.
Cyrodiil smiles and goes, oh, they didn't know. I'm sorry. I saw so clearly through the magic, I didn't even realize you were trying to hide it.
Luce just kind of like looks at everybody and then is just kind of like, I'm just gonna. Anyways, how are you guys doing?
Laith like, kind of like puts her hand on Luce's arm, and like can I do like some like calming like thing or something? Because I'm a bard and I'm cool.
You can do a. What if it was a performance check?
Performance
Does
check?
that make
Yeah.
sense? Yeah.
I
That
think
makes
that
sense.
makes
Like
sense.
you're using
That
your
makes
body
sense.
language and things to try to send comfort.
Yeah. 22? 18
All right.
plus 4?
Yeah,
22.
so
Okay.
Luce, you can say how comforted you are by this gesture.
I would say that it's after receiving a lot of negativity in other places and stuff like that, and throughout their life, Luce is like very comforted to know that it's not like an immediate like negative reaction just at all.
You also feel Crow, who is on your shoulder, give you like a reassuring squeeze as well. They feel the same thing you feel, so they're like, oh. Cyrodiil's eyes go right over Quinta, completely ignore her. Land on Chey and say, a fellow leaf of Orlea. A pleasure.
Hello.
And then he looks at your party as a group again and says, remember, it might not be good to meddle. Have fun on your expedition, or Laith. Can't wait to have you back.
Cyrodiil, you're
Yes.
immediately going back to the city.
Yes, I'm a very busy man. Would you like me to tell your mother anything about the show you put on here today?
Of course, my mother has always been a fan of my performances. But I would like to ask you to stay a night here in Tresdell with me.
His eyes narrow. What for, may I ask, princess?
Catch up. It has been 50 years, you know.
How about this?
I am putting on the biggest show right now.
What does he got? Hold on, let me look at him. Oh, that's the wrong character. Hello.
Can I be like incredibly close? How tall is he?
Like 6 feet tall. He's very tall.
Yes!
Big boy.
Yes! I'm like standing like pretty close to him, like maybe like inches away from him, and like just looking up.
So he... Sorry, I'm reading his spell list. So he raises his hand and says, I will do one better. When you are finally brave enough to return home, you can have your favorite dinner with me and your mother, and we can welcome you home. I'm a very busy elf. And he begins to open a dimension door with his right hand. Yes, he says, and the door stops opening.
Will you do this just for me? For the princess?
He says, take no personal offense, but I truly am very busy. I've been
I know.
running a city without a princess since you've left.
What's wrong with my mother?
He cocks his head to the side. Says nothing is wrong with her. She's working hard. She's worried about her missing daughter. She grieves over you every day. She wonders what she did wrong. She blames herself, really, but otherwise, she's great.
Please stay. Just one night. With me.
He raises
All
his
I ask.
hand. Sorry, I'm reading his spells. Oh, perfect. You don't even have to roll for it. He casts Dispel Magic at 4th level on
Oh.
Luce. nods his
Well-
head, and dimension doors out of the room. As he's dissipating through the dimension door, the last thing that goes through is his head, and he says, "See you at home, princess."
This isn't over, loser.
As the dimension door fades away, Lorgra was standing behind the whole show, and she just goes, "That guy's fucking weird," and she just makes her way out. And she stops, turns around, and says, "What tavern you guys at?"
Big Jim's.
Big Jim's.
Laith calls casually.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna grab Luce by the shoulder and say, "We'll show you."
Wait, Luce or Lorgra?
No,
Or
Luce.
both?
Luce is
Okay.
coming.
Okay.
We're going to show Laura a good time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go drinking with Lorga. As you guys get ready to leave, Cred walks by you guys. He kind of gives a snarl, looks at Kienta, sighs, and says, "Here," and hands her a map. Says, "Meet with this general, have him show you around. Have a wonderful time in Kobold territory. Don't fuck anything up further than you've already done." And he spins around.
I'm brushing myself on the shoulder right now.
You've pissed off some people. And Cred slithers his way back to his glyph and pops away.
Well then.
Fuck, we're about to drink with an orc. That's all I'm gonna say.
So Luce's magic has been completely dispelled, correct?
Yeah, he's strong.
What does Luce look like? No. I'm interested.
I'm uploading to the Luce.
Yes!
Yes, that's the girl I want to see.
Luce has been
beautiful.
revealed.
Okay, not gonna lie, I have a soft spot for tieflings because in my previous campaign I was a tiefling cleric, and
Oh my
and
I mean-
again, I was a bard. I was a whore. Like I was,
Oh my god, let's
I
go.
was W space HW or H space O space R space E. Whore.
I mean,
So
it's like,
I have a soft spot for that.
I feel like everybody should have expected. I would have gone for the horny character, quite literally.
Then you know that's a true.
But
statement.
anyways,
Anyway.
Can I before Luce and Thalim leave? Can I
Fuck no,
just,
we're gone, bitch.
Kind of, can I just like gently like grab Luce by like the arm
Yeah.
and look you in the eye? Like, how tall are you? I'm fucking short.
I think Luce is like 5'8".
Okay, not as tall as Seared.
Yeah, they're a little
God.
they're a little tall, but not super tall.
I look up at you and I go, I promise the way that every other person has been treated is going to change when I take the throne.
Luce says, I especially appreciate that as somebody who is actually half elf as well, and has not experienced the best time in the wilderness of your home.
And I kind of respond with, I know Cyrodiil is an ass, but he knows of my intentions and of how I plan to rule. And I know it was just because he had his fucking face on for the council. He knows that I will do good and that I will do well.
I'm just gonna look at Laith and go, Cyrodiil, really?
Spend 100 years with someone, okay? They know who you are inside and out.
Luce wants to ask, is he manipulating you possibly?
I don't believe so, because I think Cyrodiil wants to see a difference with people. Like I said, he's a hard ass in the face of the council. I've seen him return from council meetings many of times. And he always has this kind of demeanor about him. And I don't know if you guys noticed it, but he trusts me, and that's why he's taught me everything. I don't just know elven history. He's made sure that I know all history.
You stupid
And
bitch.
shut up, Thalim. And he wants me to make this whole world better because the forest of Orleithir has always protected the elves. And I know deep down inside that he wants it to protect everyone. And he saw that in me. And even though I may be a bard now, while I was in Orleithir, I was learning how to make, to craft, and to know. I was training to become a artificer, to change the way the forest works.
In what
Because-
sense?
In what sense, you say?
Mm-hmm. Thalim's a ranger, remember? So he cares about the forest stuff too.
Not in a way that makes it angry. In a way that makes it warm and welcoming to everyone. Because everyone deserves a safe place in this world.
But does
so
that
he
still
also
mean it's
spent
spreading?
exactly-
And
Let's see.
it's spreading for different means. And that's why I left. I wanted to learn about all other people, what makes them do the things that they do, why they have the goals and aspirations and the dreams they have. So I can change the trees and make them realize that even though they aren't the same as the elves of Orleithir, those dreams and aspirations mean something to them, and they deserve to be protected. And they deserve to have fertile lands and everything that they need to be able to thrive. And I believe that that will put us at peace. And I know Cyrodiil wants peace. It's all he's ever wanted.
But what do you think
So-
about him putting the forest between the orcs and the halflings when the orcs just want support?
He's doing it the wrong way. And when I was younger, I told him that he was doing it the wrong way, but he just believed me as young and naive and didn't think that I knew as much as I should about that. But I believe that the trees can be changed. And I believe that they can give everyone absolutely everything that they need. And I need to go home.
I'm also gonna step in by here and I'm gonna say you were not spending a night with that man. Simply because he has manipulated you, because you sound exactly like him. And there's a reason why your mother chose me to find you and not him.
I would say I would agree with that, just based off of his
And
his
well,
personality,
I'll
what
only
I've
say
observed.
that you sound like him is because he gave a speech the exact same thing that you did in a dead elven camp that was raided by dwarves. So you sound
And he
exactly just
obviously-
like him.
He obviously knew something about the fact that the kobolds had elven armor, and he just refused to address it. He refused to
swear.
believe you.
I'd be like, I'll be the one that takes you back to your mother, not him.
And take me back home.
Do you think that your mother is in danger from him, possibly?
I do, personally.
Yes.
It sounds like it. Is there any way that we can get into Orleithir and to your mother without him knowing?
With trees.
Therese.
But we
if-
can't do anything.
If we can get to the edge of the forest and I can tell my mother that I am here, I can get her to come to us.
Okay.
I say
Without
we've got to get
burden.
through searching the other place first. We've got a day and they've already assigned as a paladin. We can't just shrug this responsibility now. Keent has literally right here going, hey guys.
Hey guys.
Remember?
We
and
do
of
need to
course-
help her as well.
Yes, and that does take priority because these monsters are something that I've come across in books constantly for years, and like I said, they have a pattern and they're strong. They're strong monsters, and I personally believe that the only way that we can take care of these creatures is by everyone joining together, and by I mean everyone.
And then I pulled out my gun.
I mean the kobold, the goblins, the like the humans, the halflings, the elves, the tieflings, everyone. Everyone needs to be on the same page.
Can I ask Chey something too?
Yeah.
Hey Chey.
No. No.
So, Cyrodiil was smiling at you, huh? How'd that feel?
Mm.
A little nasty.
Yeah, nasty.
I tell the entire party about my experience with the tree root.
Oh shit.
Okay, so we all have that information now. As
So
well.
when we were in the Dwarven outpost, I contacted my mother through the Orleithir tree root while we were there. After that very intensive fight. And I contacted her. The reason I asked Cyrodiil what's wrong with my mother is because he said that he was ruling the city and he has no right to do that. That is my mother's job, not his. And I told Thalim this, but she had an underlying statement of help. And I mean this in the way that she knew that I was doing something that was important, and that she knew that I would come home when I was needed. But I think things are moving much quicker than I anticipated before I left. And I think Cyrodiil is trying to take my mother's throne.
that
and
is
mine.
what it sounds like. To be honest, he doesn't seem like the most what's the word? Reputable person. Just based off of my one encounter with him thus far.
So he wants to start things. I mean, look what he did to Luce.
He,
I mean, who's to say that he wasn't behind the whole encounter that we had?
God, crack my knuckles going, I don't like him.
I mean, he
Laith
went
has
into the area that we went into, and he found what he wanted to find, which was nothing.
Yeah, he was smuggled by him.
Laith suddenly has a look of horror on her face. Remember how I said that he is one of the most powerful magical beings, like magic users that I've ever known?
Mm-hmm. I mean, he dispelled my father's magic, which is pretty impressive to me.
He is very powerful, and I will say that all of the power that I have has come from him. But I will say that my love and appreciation for people comes from my mother. And my mother is not a hard person. She is caring and she is loving, and she wants everyone to have a safe place. But she doesn't have the power to be able to do that.
And she's the one that asked you to help her.
Yes. And
So something's happening.
I believe that my mother, even though my mother wanted to find me, I don't think she necessarily wanted to find me right away. Because she knew that I was trying to figure all of this out. The aspirations of others and everyone around. Because her and I share the same thought process. That The Forest of Orlaithir has the power to give to everyone. And Cyrodiil, the fucking prick, he only wants the power to be for the elves. And I wouldn't... I guess the best way to say things is you should hear me talk to my mother and not talk to Cyrodiil, because obviously the person I was talking to Cyrodiil is not the person that I am.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking prick.
Trying to take one for the team.
Essentially.
I'm just gonna fold
when
my
I-
arms at this point.
When I talk to Cyrodiil, I have to make him think that I'm listening to him. But I know that he knows that I have the potential to have more power than he does. He's like... How old is he, Ryan?
Super
See, like-
old.
Many thousand years, maybe.
Like, same age as
Or
like my
100?
mother, or older?
I'd say older than your mother.
How old's my
Oh.
mom?
Oh shit.
Old. I have the math somewhere.
Is it like
He's-
thousands?
Yeah, I think they're each over 1,000.
Okay.
Wow, I'm a baby.
You're a baby.
Right?
I've seen it in his eyes. So a reason that I chose the Bard facade is that I have the ability to see through people a lot easier than others do, and that's purely because of Cyrodiil and the way he is. When he started teaching me magic when I was like 5, God, that was a long time. I saw something in his eyes then. And I continued to see it until I left 50 years ago, and that was almost a sense of fear.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it is because he knows that I can be more powerful than him. And he knows that I can see through his fucking bullshit.
Harapel walks over to your group and she's like, so I know this is a meeting house, and you guys are still having a meeting, but I gotta like lock it up and then like go and like do my job of like being in charge of the city.
I
What?
thought we were walking towards the tavern, my bad.
Oh, are you guys walking? Okay.
I had the inclination that we were like walking towards the tavern. We just like kind of stopped like in an alley.
Okay, sorry. So
Where is Orc Lady?
yeah, you guys should be walking with her. So you guys are leaving.
Okay. Okay.
As you guys leave, you have to, you're collecting your weapons at the front of the meeting house.
Sick.
The red-haired
my dagger.
paladin walks over to you guys and he says, "Hey," and he pulls out, opens the box with all your weapons in it and says, "This is for you." And he holds out a
Can I
bag.
flirt with him?
Yeah.
Yes. I would like to flirt with the red-haired paladin, please.
Okay. You flirt with him. How would you like to flirt with him?
I'm about to cockblock you so fucking hard.
I am going to punch you in the nuts.
How do you flirt with this man?
So I bat my eyes, saying, "Hey, are you busy tonight?"
Bertram, his halfling rogue boyfriend, pops out of the bush next to you and says, "Excuse me? Excuse me."
Oh no. Oh no.
And
I'm just gonna grab my stuff.
the paladin like blushes a little bit and then like recomposes himself and he says, "What I was going to say to you was this is the bag of 500 gold for your trip with me tomorrow morning."
Oh.
And he just kind of blinks awkwardly, and turns to Bertram and says, "How long have you? Why? I told you to stop doing this."
Why are you there?
And Bertram just like smiles and shrugs, and then like with a flip of his cloak, like vanishes again into the shadows. And then Proto puts his head in his hands, and he's like, "This is what I get for dating a fucking rogue."
I kind of look at him and I just go, "I'm so sorry."
No, it's okay. It happens all the time. Like, so often. He's always around. Anyway, I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.
Sick.
Okay,
Agreed.
I'm gonna laugh like really loud. Look at Laith and go first Cyrodiil and now the Paladin. Okay, dude.
Wow.
As you
And
guys
then look at Quinta real quick and again in Goblin go fucking hell.
as you say that to Quinta, she smiles, and then like a shadow kind of passes over her face, and as you guys walk through the gardens towards the gate of the meeting house area, she musters up the strength to say, "Thank you guys for doing that for me and for my people."
Can I do the same thing I did to Luce?
Yeah.
So like kind of like calm her down, because like I can see that she's, you know, kind of like flustered and stuff with the fact that like she probably didn't believe it was gonna work at first.
Yeah. You go out to reach her arm, and she goes, "What are you? Don't touch me." Excuse
Can
me.
I just say, hey Quinta, we're gonna go drink. You down?
She nods, and then she
Cheers.
says, one minute, I need to just get something out. She walks over to one of the trees, takes her axe from behind her back, takes a deep breath, swears in Goblin, goes into a rage, and just like embeds the axe into the tree. I'm gonna roll to hit because her rolling's always so bad. Oh my god!
What?
She rolled a 1.
You say
So
a nat one?
a nat 1. So she goes to like hit the tree with her axe, and she suddenly stops. This calming aura kind of washes over all of you, and Ivara comes out from behind the tree, and they go, "Hello, travelers. I would like a quick word with you." And they glance at Quinta and says, "Do not hurt these trees. We work very hard on this garden." Anyway, I'm Ivara, head cleric of the church.
Go up to the tree and like heal it somehow.
Oh, Quinta didn't even hit it.
Oh, okay.
She didn't even.
It's not hard at
She
all.
got immediately stopped.
Okay.
So Ivara says, "I'm head cleric of the Church of Pelor, advisor to Harapel. I may not have a vote, but I have strong influence over Harapel's choices and the people's perception via the church. That being said, sometimes my beliefs on what is correct does not align with the rest of the council. I serve Pelor, and what I think he would do is what my actions reflect. I am happy you were able to sway the council to do this investigation. I believe the stories your party brought to the council, and that being said, I also know that this world has been thrown out of balance for some time, and I fear it will worsen. I am suspicious of the kobolds, that the kobolds are being influenced by another group, and I come to your party to request you gather evidence next time that you can bring in front of the council. I will examine the cloth you presented to me for magic. So when you guys return, I will present my findings. Depending on the arcane nature of any evidence you find, it also might be beneficial to bring that to me first as well. And then we can present it to the council together." Ivara then produces an amulet from the folds in their robes and hands it to Chey. And they say, "An offering of good faith.
Hello?
Normally I would give an amulet of Pelor, but I know you worship a different god. Still, clerics must stick together." And they give Chey a spell storage amulet. And I will send you the information for that.
Wait, can I ask for that bit of cloth back so I can give it back to Bowie?
They have to examine it first.
Yeah.
Ivara pulls it out from where they were hiding it, and they look at it and they say, "So I didn't want to say it in front of the council, but this cloth was from the Kobold. I think you want the metal plate from the elves, but yeah."
Oh.
And they very gingerly tie it onto Bowie's head, and they said, "It's a good look, though." And they bow and they said, "May Pelor protect you. Please bring actual evidence. Thank you." And
Okay, sick. Thanks. No.
Yes.
so
Hey,
yeah,
you guys look today, I'm just saying.
so this might be a good place to stop for the evening.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So the next
Fucking
time you
24
will,
D&D, let's go.
yeah,
Imagine.
the next time you'll have like the rest of this day to like go around town. You have 500 gold to spend.
We're gonna fucking orc.
And you have Lorgra, who you're gonna hang out with. I would say like you can hang out in the day. You told her what tavern you'd be at. She'll show up that
Yeah.
evening.
Perfect.
So yeah, you guys have
Sick.
the rest of the
Don't
day
fuck this
to
up, Frank.
to prepare for
Shut
your
up.
journey next time, and then you will go to investigate the kobolds with Proda, who has a very serious halfling boyfriend. So good try. But Twitch chat made sure that boyfriend lived. So
Wow. Jenny sucks at being seductive.
I'm sorry, there's just a lot of gays in this world.
I guess it's time to go after the women.
Yeah, that's a good.
I mean, true though.
Yeah,
I mean, true though.
that should have been your
go
goal
after
from the
Well,
beginning.
I was gonna say the Triton, but like, she doesn't really. She's not really around.
She's kind of.
She's kind of like.
She's
I'll
out.
deal
Peace
with
the
this
fuck
shit.
out.
She's
Whatever.
like-
She's like, I'll deal with the shit when it comes up.
All
but,
she
like,
does is
until
count
then-
fish and then go home, eat hot chip and lie. But yeah,
Good break place. Good. break
it's
place?
probably a good break place. You guys
Yeah.
survived the meeting. You guys did politics
We did it
with no evidence. Every time you like killed like an enemy in the dungeon and then just like went for money.
I didn't know we were gonna be on trial.
It's okay.
Hey,
That's-
I
that's-
searched. You
that's-
gave me gems.
Yeah, I gave you gems.
We
That's
did.
true.
We did do searches.
That's true. You did search. I could have been.
It was rigged.
I know it's hard to be like you find its entire plate armor on its body that's visible in there. I don't know, but
That's fair. That's fair.
yeah,
That bitch would have been heavy.
yeah, that too. It would have been
True.
heavy to
Okay,
carry.
me and Keen
Plus, we also
bonded today.
destroyed the breastplate of the.
Oh yeah, you Eldritch blasted
No.
right through that motherfucker.
Yeah, we kind of fucked that shit up.
you broke that one.
I shot it again with an arrow. Frankie blasted it. They got hit by a gunpowder keg.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty. It got pretty scuffed.
And
And then
Bowie
Blasted
stabbed it.
someone
right through it.
someone got rid of all the evidence very quickly and efficiently. Who would do such a thing?
Somebody
Amazing.
that might have teleported over there.
But it was Jenny all along. Dun, 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 dun.
Imagine.
No.
Oh, it was probably Chey. Let's be honest.
What?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Arsonist cleric.
Yes.
No. The true kill leader of our party.
Yeah.
Secret kill leader.
I want to talk about it.
So yeah, that was like the more like story vibe. You guys can let me know what you enjoy and what you prefer, and
Hey, can I talk to Thalim before we end?
yeah, as you guys
Can
leave
can I
the
just like
garden.
kind of pull him off to the side?
Yeah, yank that human.
Yeah.
Yank him.
So I kind of just like touch Thalim gently and I say, "Can I talk to you for a
No, madam.
moment?"
Yes.
You said that you think my mother reminds you of someone.
Mm-hmm.
That would get to me.
Mm-hmm.
Have you figured out who?
I have my suspicions, but I'm not saying right now.
You just want me to tell you.
Pretty much.
I haven't loved someone in 40 years. Because my partner, I assume, was killed. And you have the same aura about you, if I could be so use such wording. And he was also a ranger. He was a ranger for the Queen's Guard.
Something I'm currently into. Dun, 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 dun.
I know my mom. I know what my mom's you. And I see it in you too.
I'm going to bang your mom, imagine. Imagine I say that.
Awkward.
I'll say, do you know why I still wear this wedding ring?
Why?
Because the love that I shared for my wife is not going to leave me anytime soon.
understandable. I still love the person that I do 40 years later. Just know that you remind me of him, and that's why my mom chose you.
Hmm.
And she chose you for a reason. To find me. I do believe that she knew.
Uh-oh.
One more time, I'm just gonna throw up a Celladorne, really. Did we lose Jenny?
Oh, did we?
I think we might have lost.
Oh God! As the group like walks out of the gardens, you hear Ivara shout after you, and they shout, "It wasn't one of you guys that damaged the square, was it?"
Uh-oh.
No.
Hello?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, they're back. Okay.
Okay, I just checked my Discord and I was at 5,000 MS.
Oh God.
What did you last hear me say?
My mom chose you.
Yeah.
Oh, my mom chose you for a reason.
And I went, one last time, Celladorne, really.
I know how to deal with the man. Dealt with him for 100 years, and
So do
like I
I.
said,
A quick headbutt.
honestly, he deserves it. And I've kind of wanted to smack him over the head with my lyre multiple times because it was his gift to me.
You're gonna say one last thing and be like, hey, it's been a long day. I wanna get a drink. We've got an orc here that's been waiting for us for this long. Kinta needs a drink. Luce is horny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 1:00 in the afternoon.
We
Not that
had a
I'm-
long day.
You
It's
guys have had a
basically
long
nighttime.
day.
Ryan,
It counts.
Yes.
I need a drink.
Okay. Do I leave you guys off in the tavern at 1:00 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Nah, we
Yeah,
can just, we're still walking there, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still about.
You're
we're,
on
like,
the
right about
road.
to get-
We'll
yeah,
leave
we're
you-
on the
Yeah.
road to the tavern.
On the road.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Okay, I know
Plus
I've
we
done
can
this
get food and
like,
stuff.
like 18 times, but can I just like put my hand on Thalim's chest and do the same thing I did with Luce?
Yeah. Roll a
Good.
performance. Body language. Drink.
No.
Ah.
Close though. 19 plus 6, 25.
Sheesh.
Thalim, how to describe your reassurance that you feel.
I guess I feel. I'll say warm touch. I'm still mad at you, so I'm not gonna be like completely fine and all the rest of it. Like you got, oh, I'd say you've got the same touch as your mother, and then walk off.
Ooh. Ooh.
Sheesh.
Sheesh.
Bitch.
Oh my God.
So the entire party knows who I am. How does that make everyone feel?
A lot of people got
Yeah.
exposed in this session.
Very true. A lot of exposure happened.
I didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. Like, I thought that it was gonna happen, like, when we walked into, like, the fucking throne room of Orlithier, and I was... But...
It's like gonna be like, hey, mom, what's up?
Hey, you know.
No, that was literally going to be my thing, is that I was just going to walk forward and be like, hey, mom, I'm home.
Hey,
and then
Mom.
just have you guys be like, the fuck you mean,
What
mom?
the fuck you mean?
I say, you know, Salem's trauma.
Everyone,
Really
everyone
sets him off.
is so deeply interwoven into the plot. Sorry. Y'all deep in this.
We're in it.
You gave me your backstories, and they became the front stories. Hello.
Hey, Thalim almost lost his mind in that cellar. I'm just saying.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's a good thing that you rolled high.
Yeah.
Right?
Thalim would like to rage.
The lowest roll I had was a 14.
I was like, shit, am I gonna start giving this guy psychic damage for mental breakdown?
Imagine.
I mean, he's got a gun on him, so anything can fucking
Yeah,
happen.
yeah.
I mean, true.
The whole D&D like campaign could have ended that night.
True.
Pretty much.
Just
He could have
killed
just went
everyone.
crazy and shot all of us because we're all elves,
True.
part elf, essentially.
Sam opens the door and is like, I got you guys some more blanket. And just gets blown away.
I don't want any pancakes.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Stop.
Can I, so like, as we're like, cause can I just say that like, I like walked ahead and like immediately walked to the tavern?
Yeah.
Because a lot of things happened for me today. A lot of things that I didn't expect to happen, and can I just like ask like Big Jim if I can just like be playing on the stage all day, because that's what makes Laith.
Yeah, you got rejected twice.
I mean, you guys can also start next session like at the top. Like you could be like, oh, we had lunch and we like made a plan on what we're gonna do to prep for the next day.
Wait, is Orc Lady with us right now or not?
I would say that you invited her to get a drink. I would assume like she'd come to the Big Jim's that evening, so you guys have the day to like shop and prepare and get set, and then you guys can party with her, and then you guys and Proda can go to for investigation.
Dale, I'm gonna message you something.
Ooh.
Help.
Help.
Hey Chey, you want to drink with an orc?
You want to drink with the hot orc?
Chey, you want some spicy juice?
Wait.
Some spicy wine.
Spicy juice with us?
And then tomorrow you can also, if you would like, you can have Bowie do some training or learning or reading or something.
We can train Bowie.
Yeah. Every 5 hours, he can get a point out of his 27.
Oh my god.
For his stats. And then tomorrow, and then the next session, you guys can like all the shops will be like open because it's no longer a holiday, so it'll be like normal Tresdell hours.
We can look at other things.
Look at other things.
Equipment. Oh, bitch! There's a blacksmith.
Yeah, yeah. You can go meet all the people that work here and what they have to offer.
That.
Yeah, she owns the apothecary. Yep, that's her store.
Sick.
So go in without me. I'll go in later.
I plan to go to her.
Yeah. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Since the elf dude casted Dispel Magic on me, can I not put my disguise back on?
No, you can put it back on.
Okay.
He just dispelled it.
So we know.
Yeah, you guys know.
Holy bitch.
I have horns.
I guess I can change my character backstory now.
Yeah.
And go into
the truth.
Incredible detail.
You're like, crap, I can't accidentally say it. And I keep wanting to Quinta to call you princess, like teasingly, but I was like, I can't slip up and say that yet until everyone knows.
Wait, Quinta knows too? For sure?
I mean, she was
in the meeting.
Yeah. She was in the
meeting. Because like I stood up and took my hood off, and Sheridan was like, "What is your title then?" And then I just went, "I am Orlaith, princess. I'm the forest of Orlaith."
Wow, me and Keen didn't fight today.
I was so worried that you guys would find out because like Ryan and I like planned this like before we started the campaign, and he named like the forest. So that way it would like match Laith's name, but like her full name is Orlaith. And you guys never knew that until today. And like every time we said the forest name, I just like I was like panicking on the inside. I was like, please no one asked for roll perception. Please no one asked for roll perception.
Or Leia. Orleo's cookies.
Yeah, say me being mixed in with the Elf Queen like linked very well with Jenny's side.
Yeah, literally, you guys couldn't have.
I don't even know it.
You guys literally like handed me like a handful of characters that I was like, oh, these are all already connected deep with the central conflict. Thanks. Thanks so much. That's easy.
Well, like in the one campaign that I was a part of that wasn't like super homebrew, where I wasn't the tiefling. I wanted to be elven royalty, but my DM wouldn't let me, and I was like, "You fucking fuck."
What? What's like the number one rule of improv? Yes, and.
That's why I asked you if I could be like the daughter that like ran away, and when you said yes, I was like, "Oh."
Wait.
Jenny, Ryan gave me a gun.
I wrote an entire war based on firearms so they can exist.
But yeah, so like I said, I didn't expect to be princess until we walked, because the thing, like the way that like I was thinking about it was that like before we got to Orleafier, I was going to like grab all of you and I was going to be like, do not get separated from me, because and now obviously knowing like Luce's background and everything like that, like you know, shit wouldn't have been good, because I knew that if you guys were with me and anything happened, you would be safe. Because obviously they weren't going to do anything to me, and then obviously they're not going to do anything to Thalim either. But I was like, I was worried about Luce and Chey, and I was like, please don't, like, when we get to the forest, like, please don't get separated, please don't get separated, please don't get separated. Like, I was literally going to, like, grab onto Thalim's wrist, and then I was going to grab Luce, and I was going to be like, grab Chey's hand right now.
I mean, Shay's worked very closely with these trees as a follower of Freya.
True.
You know how to tree. Except sometimes tree does not like Shay. What could it mean? Can't wait to go to forest and find out.
Yeah, I was so worried, and then I was sitting here, I was like, oh my god, because I was like, what's gonna happen when they find out that I am next in line for the throne? Yay!
And now, I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
You may not be a part of your guard. Oh, I resign.
Haha, now that the party knows, guess what? Well, like I said, like my mom knew where I was like the entire time.
I would say Frankie did a perception check either way, because she obviously I was acting. So you were fucked.
Well, and my thing was that like the whole reason that like I told Luce was because if it broke out in a fight, but like I said, like I figured it wouldn't, obviously, because like it's a council meeting. But if it did, I knew Luce had to be ready to like eldritch blast people.
Yes. I got the DPS.
Yeah, and like I remember like when you asked me like the first time, and like I was being like very vague. Like I specifically went mud family to see if you would notice or not.
Family.
Because
Bowie's
like
gonna be a serial killer.
Nope.
I don't know. You guys have to raise
Boy,
him.
I don't.
You guys gotta teach him stuff.
about
He can be
him.
so
Hey,
many
like-
things.
For my son.
like I said, he's gonna save our ass. Like he is going
gonna
to
happen.
save
Not if I
our
use my
ass.
goblin dice.
No.
I don't think I've ever
Use
rolled
your
high with
DM
them.
dice.
I
Those
guess.
are your quinta dice. Your other dice are for
True.
for Bowie.
Because he's a separate entity.
He's a good boy.
So
It's so
your
funny.
GM dice hurting me every time.
My DM dice are
hurt me.
aggressive. My Quinta
It's-
dice, I don't think I've rolled a 20 with the Quinta dice. I've rolled several ones. Several
True.
ones.
It's like,
I swear my rolls are gonna be fucking terrible next week.
I mean, you'll also have Proto with
Look it
you.
up.
He's pretty cool.
We'll back up.
Yeah, you guys have
Go,
backup.
Jenny. You
If-
cannot bang.
If you can convince him to fight.
Shut up.
You got denied twice. Huh. P?
Yeah.
Lady.
Pain.
Pain.
P-E-N.
I might be
The
P.
P.
APP.
Aw.
Alright, I'm
You're
gonna...
going
Is
to
it time?
fucking
Is bedtime?
It's
slash
bed.
tea time
It's
slash-
bedtime.
Yeah,
It's pee in your bed
It's
time.
end session time.
It's end
It's
session
end session.
time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I'm always like so nervous like when we start the session, because I'm like, oh god, what are the rolls gonna be? What's gonna happen? Like even because like as soon as like you said like, oh, you need to convince this guy, I
Yeah.
was like, this is when I roll a nat 1. This is when I roll a
And
nat
you rolled
1.
high, and I was like, shit, like I would be like, alright, you can... Cyrodiil would go along with it if you hit like a 30, like it needed to be super high. And I was like, crap, you
But
still
I
got really
got-
high, so he needs to agree to it, but he needs to agree to it in a way that's not agreeing to it. I was like, fuck!
Because did I roll nat 20 on that, or was it 19?
I think it was 19, it was very high.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it was 20. I think it was 25.
Yeah, so I was like, you know what? He's gonna agree to it, but it's still... He still needs to, like, accomplish his goal, but then he still needs to listen to you because you rolled high, and I was like, here we go. Improv skills, let's go. He's gonna do a whole ass performance. Everyone's casting teleport today. It's popping
exactly
in.
how I thought he would be. A snobby elf.
Yeah, basically the same.
Tropes in my D&D.
Tropes. He looks just like Lotor.
I'm not a snobby
no.
elf. I'm not a
I
snobby
fucking
elf.
knew.
No, Cyrodiil's a
Kinta
snobby
would
elf.
Disagree.
Quinta's just living her best life.
Quinta's
Hey, we
doing her best.
We said fuck elves a lot.
Yeah.
In Goblin.
You gave an elf woman a panic attack in
True.
common
You
tongue.
really did.
And
Why does she
elven.
look a loose weird?
She's very good at magic. She could tell there was a
Fuck.
enchantment on you.
Hey, all I did say to her was, keep your nose out of business, bitch.
Stop being
And she
Yeah.
did.
You don't know her
Just, like,
life.
what-
You don't know her
what
life.
I'm
what
going to
I
find out
wanted-
eventually.
What
No,
I
I'll be,
wanted
I'm
to
gonna see her on her
do
own.
was I wanted to like warn her because like if like like people of the city because like like how like a lot of like council meetings like allow like the people of the city in there.
Yeah.
I wanted to just like warn her and be like, do not come.
Yeah.
Like,
Do not come.
just
It's
in
gonna go.
case
Do
shit
not
went
do
down, I
it.
was gonna be like, do not come to the council meeting.
It's okay. She locked
please."
herself in her house and cried herself to sleep on the festival day. So
going to-
actual panic.
Oh,
So.
also, yeah. So I'm probably gonna multi-class.
Yeah. Do it.
Smile.
Sheesh.
Do it.
Bard Artificer. That was like kind of like the introduction, because I was gonna wait until we got to Laith and like
Yeah.
do like a
Mhm.
higher level to like multi-class, because I was gonna like bring you guys like into like my laboratory and just like suddenly just like start doing shit, and then you guys realize like you're not a bard, are you?
You're not. That's not the right class.
Well,
for
with
that.
how you try to seduce things.
If
My
you can't
charisma
seduce,
is high,
Did-
okay?
build.
I did also
Your
technically
seduction
give...
is low.
Oh shit. I
Bitch.
did also technically give Jenny a tease about
Oh
Luce
my god.
because
Mhm.
You horny
Luce
bitch.
can cast
Thaumaturgy.
thaumaturgy, which is
I
a
didn't even
tiefling
think about
ability.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Dude,
a
I used
tiefling
that-
specific ability.
I used that spell so much. My brain was so. I honestly, by that time, I had rolled. By that time we were in that part of the dungeon, I'm pretty sure I rolled like 5 nat 20, so like
Yeah.
the alcohol was hitting me
Yep.
already.
True. I was kind of like, I'm just gonna like roll with the fact that Jenny hasn't
Well-
figured it out.
Well, and too, like when I like in the, cause like it was like so hard, like keeping like the fact that I was the princess, like a secret.
Mm.
When I went to like the tree, I messaged Dale. I was like, hey, I'm gone. Because like I wanted like
Mhm.
one of you to notice, and like I knew that it was the end of the session, and like all of us were like a little bit loopy. And then, after
It'd be
5
like that.
hours, and it's like I messaged him. I was like, hey, and like I wanted to see if anyone would roll a perception check with me next to the tree. I was like, when I rolled high on like the tree, like opening and stuff, I was like, oh no, they're gonna know.
Oh.
They're gonna know. They're gonna
no.
know.
The connection deep.
Connection deep as hell.
I
But
like.
yeah, now everyone knows because I'm yeah.
Bitch.
It was really fun for me when Luce and Laith were like talking in the alley, because you both were like, I have secrets that I'm telling this person but not telling all of it to.
Yeah.
We're being big, but like we both have shit going on.
Yep.
Hey, what's up?
Well, like I said, like I knew I had to tell Luce about the fact that like that's why I didn't want to tell you around Chey.
Yeah.
Just because, like, I was worried Chey was gonna have a mental breakdown when she found out that she was in a party with a princess.
I liked when like
Fair.
everyone had the discussion in the wine cellar and Chey's just like sitting and staring like, oh,
What is happening?
it's all happening.
that
The breakdown
that
cellar.
one- the breakdown.
The breakdown cellar. That's where Sam
Yeah,
goes
like-
to cry.
Oh, Sam.
That's where
Poor
Thalim
Sam.
nearly pulled out his gun on himself. Quite literally.
Oh,
Oh my
Hey, if I
God.
failed that mental check, wait, I literally could have died.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That would have been a little awkward.
You take.
that's
Well, think
one of
about
those
it.
times when like you take out your gun and like I pray you roll in that one.
Yeah.
So that you just like shoot one of the wine barrels or some shit like.
The gun explodes. You die still.
Right, yeah. Help.
Still awkward.
The most beautiful.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
it's.
Yeah,
I'm turning it
It's
off. I'm turning it off.
Yeah.
It's
We'll start a podcast where we talk about the sessions after the sessions, and then that goes for another 4 hours.
Like, we honestly, that would be so great.
Well,
Like,
that
Yeah.
could be the
like,
Saturdays.
yeah, like
We
what
have
if did,
brunch.
like, What
D&D
if we did,
Fridays,
like,
podcast
Saturday?
Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturdays at Big Jim's.
Saturdays at Big Gems.
Wow.
Oh my god.
We're only on the 3rd session, and I'm just like thinking about like how absolutely chaotic this D&D campaign has already gotten.
It's perfect.
Like I,
How many times has the campaign
I
nearly
love
ended for us?
So
3
many.
times.
I'm gonna
I mean, it
you guys
almost
have
ended
like
after
more
first
health
session.
now, so I can like be a little
No.
more aggressive. So
Ryan,
we'll see.
you were
Please.
really aggressive the first time.
Ryan,
I
your
was?
first attack nearly killed me.
Oh, yeah. The red
still,
dice
like,
are scary.
I have a
The green ones are
dildo.
not. You have a
Ryan,
Still, like,
you literally
I'm
put me 1
so
HP.
surprised. I am so surprised that I got you to like sit down and like let me heal. And that's another thing too, is that like I kind of want, because I wanted to be an artificer at first, but I was like, no, I love bards so much. But like I kind of like played into the fact that like I could multi-class as artificer, and like that's why like I kind of waited before I asked Ryan if I could multi-class. Because artificers are actually proficient in medicine.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, I
So
see.
and that was like another thing, is because like they have like a lot of medicine, but yeah, Laith spent like a good majority of her time in a laboratory. I literally have created Albedo from Genshin Impact.
Can't wait till we get to go to the
Of course,
lab.
Of course.
Okay.
I
Save
I
it for
need
the
to-
podcast.
Yeah,
Sleep
okay.
time.
I need
True,
to figure,
true.
I need to figure out like what the lab is gonna look like, because I wanted to be
True.
like, I wanted to
Sleep time,
blow
woman.
y'all away.
Sleep time.
All right, everyone, go fuck to
Sleep,
sleep so you
sleep,
can
sleep,
dream
sleep,
about
sleep.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and
Bye-bye.
Dragons. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Bye.